Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting for March 9th, 2026 to order at 6:35 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room. I have Laura Zeiton, who is the Vice Chair, Mike Tejan, who's the Clerk, John Ray, and Jacob Jones. Okay, so first thing on the agenda always is public comment. Is there anyone who would like to offer public comment? I see Scott Stocklin? Is that you?
Yes.
Scott.
Hi, Julianne. How are you?
Good, how are you? Could you just, for the record, state your name and address?
Sure. Scott Stocklin, 12 Patrick Drive.
So you had your hand raised. Do you have something you'd like to tell us or ask us?
I do, and I'll be brief. I've watched the select board meetings over the last couple of weeks, particularly during in February, concerning the fire station, and just want to make a comment. So I know that there are a number of individuals that work to put together a presentation to encourage the taxpayers of Northborough to move forward with the new fire station. The largest expenditure actually in the 260-year history of Northborough. And my feeling is when you put together a presentation, public documents, and you get up and present them at town meeting, there's an expectation around the precision of the language used that I feel, unfortunately, in this situation was not met. And now we're in a situation where people's feelings are hurt. That's not the responsibility of Jacob Jones, and it's not the responsibility of anyone on the select board. I feel they did the right thing on behalf of the taxpayers, and they should take the steps necessary to ensure that this does not ever happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we have Lisa Maselli. Hi, Lisa.
Good evening. It took a while to find the unmute button. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I'm going to make a quick public comment, and then I'm going to comment on two other things when they come up. I'm looking at the second page of your agenda, and number 9 says establishment of an economic development committee. And I'm concerned. If it was discussion, I wouldn't mind, but establishment means that you've already made a decision and you're going to vote on it tonight, unless I'm mistaken. And it concerns me because we haven't gotten our house in order yet. And there was a discussion 2 years ago when I was on the board about looking at prior committees that were created and were not following their charge. And we were going to do something about that, but 2 years later, nothing has been done about it, and now we want to add yet another committee. Well, the first problem I think we have is just trying to add more volunteers to actually sit on this board or any other board. We have so many empty seats on boards, and none of them seem to be as complete as they should be. We also are adding one more liaison position for the select board. And finally, there's just so much going on right now, and we're in such a state that to be putting economic development on the front burner right now is probably not a good thing. And I just wanted to be able to make my statement, because I really think that we need to start taking care of our home first before we start reaching out for more responsibility. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, it is our practice not to comment on the comments. So any other public comments? Yeah, come on up.
So I actually have a question.
If you wouldn't mind coming to the microphone, because
Sure.
everyone has to hear you, and please state your name and address.
Monica Osborne, 16 Village Drive.
Okay.
My question is sort of multifaceted. One is, I wanted to know who the liaison is for the housing authority, because I live, in that property, and what the duties of the liaison is, and kind of, who the liaison represents, the housing authority, the residents, the town, who does that liaison represent?
It's me.
It's you, okay?
And just to answer your question, yes, I have not attended past meetings. But the liaison is there to hear what's going on and then report back to the board. And if there's any issues for us to, further investigate, that's our job.
So,
Vote,
but like, I guess that doesn't really answer where I'm, do you liaison like between the tenants and the housing authority and the concerns that the tenants have? Or are you liaisoning for the people in town to the housing authority? Or are you like a liaison for the housing authority to the town? Now, do you
yeah.
understand what I mean?
Yes. And so in this situation, it's a little more complicated than other liaison positions, I think. So because I did this in the past, I think the way it would go is people would come to that meeting. The
housing authority, yep.
Yeah, and if there's a concern that, doesn't seem to be resolving, then I guess we can discuss as a board. Would you agree
Okay.
with that?
I had one other question, and that was,
By the way, all of our email addresses
Uh-huh.
are online,
okay,
and if you want to, email me, any follow-up on that, we can talk about it.
okay, happy to do that. The other question I had is, I noticed, I've been here for 30 years in town, and I've watched a lot of these meetings on YouTube and, cable network. My question's really, with the housing authority being somewhat of a state entity and also in the town, is there any reason that their meetings couldn't be audiovisually presented to the town? Or for people who have, limited disabilities and hearing, or, can't make it at 4:00 in the afternoon to a housing authority meeting, to have the audiovisual. And they have gone with a microphone, but it's still not working.
And would you like the meetings recorded?
In an ideal world, yes, without shooting my foot off.
Patrick, can you see if we can make that happen?
Yeah, you can certainly ask about it.
Okay,
Okay, that's it.
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you. Okay, any other public comment? All right, then, we will move on to approval of meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes of February 9th? We can do it collectively with February 23rd, or unless there's discussion.
I had just one super, super minor suggested change on the February 9th. I emailed
February
it to
9th,
Angie and
okay.
you. But it was just, and not that I care that much, it's just accuracy. Member Tejan had made a motion to suspend the rules and allow public comment, and the minutes say Member Zeiton seconded it, and I went back and rewatched, and I think I seconded it. Not that I care about credit or whatever,
it's-
but it is accurate.
Accuracy, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So with that change, I don't have anything else.
So we can amend that, no problem. Okay, then let's do it separately and do February 9th as amended. Anyone else have any corrections or additions? Okay,
Sounds good. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the revised meeting minutes of February 9th, 2026 as amended.
Second?
we'll do a roll call. Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jacob? And I vote aye.
Madam-
Yep, go ahead.
Moving on. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of February 23rd, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay. All right, next we have acceptance of donations for the last day of school carnival. We had, just as a little background, you have received substantial donations from 2 corporations in town, and we just wanted to make sure that with the negotiations going on, that it was okay to accept from Saint-Gobain. And I think we have resolved that.
Yes.
Our town council has said it's perfectly fine, so,
All set?
yeah.
Madam Chair, would you like a motion?
I would love a motion.
I move that the board vote to accept donations for the last day of school carnival to be held at Ellsworth McAfee Park as presented by the Recreation Department and the library.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any discussion? Questions? Okay, then we're ready for a vote. Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Sorry we
Thank
dragged
you.
you out
That
here.
was
for-
easy. Even one question?
Grab a water on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next would be overview of CPA warrant articles. I think John Campbell is going to talk to us about what CPC is presenting this year.
Thank you. With permission of the chair, I have a handout.
Oh,
I'd like to hand around. Is that okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this.
I think I might have the same one that's in there. Oh, is it? Okay, thank you.
It's not different, it's just
Just new, okay.
a summary. Okay, I am John Campbell. I live at 29 Spruce Hill Drive, and I'm here representing our Community Preservation Committee. And I'm very grateful for the time of the board tonight to present our recommendations for town meeting. And the purpose of the handout, and just my words tonight, are to summarize the board's, the committee's findings at our January 29th meeting, which was the third in the public meeting context that we present to the town each year. And at that meeting, we got additional information from the applicants, heard any final comments, and ultimately voted on our recommendations. And so that's what I wanted to review with you guys. We had three primary applications, as it turned out, and they really follow a common theme. Each of them is proposing to improve a town asset, one that we have but needs work, one that whose structure could be improved, whose safety could be improved, and whose utility could be improved to benefit Northborough residents. So I thought it was interesting when it came together how they all sort of fell into similar qualifications. They all met CPA criteria, qualifications, I should say. They met the criteria that we set as a committee in our guidelines and posted online for the things that we feel it should meet. They all have a high level of community need. And I felt like by bringing them together to you today, I'm hoping that you all see the common benefits. The best news was that each applicant came back with reduced cost. And I wanted to review that to you to make sure it was clear. And also, we may have a couple of typos to correct in the warrant articles that were presented so far. First of all, the Historic Society, as you may remember, came to us with an application to repair windows in the Historical Society building, which I confess, I've only been in maybe twice in my 30 years in town, but it is very, very well utilized. I'm told there's multiple groups in town and neighboring towns that use it. So it's one of our, best used public buildings. Even though it's not owned by the town, I consider it a town asset. They've asked us to approve money to repair windows, 23 of their double-hung windows and 15 storm window replacements. And by the way, that's a correction to the warrant article. The number was correct in the bids they got and in their presentation, but somehow the number 21 windows and 13 storm windows was in the warrant text, so we need to correct that at some point. But at any rate, they had originally come with a $313,000, I apologize, that's a typo, $331,000 application. And ultimately, we were able to come back and request only $212,000. They took a little more time, went out for additional bids, and ended up finding a better vendor in the end who was well qualified in the work of historic window restoration and gave them a much better price for the full scope. They came out and visited the building, so they weren't guessing at what they needed to do. They met all the guidelines that they had for repair of the wood surrounds as well as the sashes themselves. And ultimately, their bid was about $188,000. The Historical Society also requested to add a $5,000 contingent for glass replacement, and then a 10% contingency on the total to give them a buffer in case there were cost overruns. So that's where the $212,000 request came from. And on a per window basis, much better number, much more affordable, and as with the other two, it makes recommending all three applications very affordable within our CPA reserves.
And that's about 24 windows? Right?
It's 23 double hung windows, which means each sash. I had to read the bid twice because they're quoting the top and the bottom sash, so 46 or 23 pairs of a window.
Okay.
They literally quoted every, section of glass in every pane, so. Pretty thorough bid, and therefore, they felt, the Historical Society people and our committee felt like it was well vetted and the details were there, and therefore, we recommended and voted unanimously to bring that forward to town meeting. The next good news was that we had an application from the Meadowcombe Middle School for restoration of the softball and baseball fields there. It was a relatively late application in the cycle, but I was impressed by how quickly they brought together the information, the enthusiasm they showed behind it, including bringing us two junior softball players to help present their application.
That was good.
And that pretty much sold the whole committee right there. And they too went back and studied a little bit and got some better bids on replacing the dugouts, and were able to cut their bid down from $267 to $227,100. And once again, help with making it more affordable. And just as a review, this would rebuild the field, but more importantly, replace fencing and backstops, which currently are in very dangerous condition, a lot of metal sticking out and so on. So the fields are essentially unusable today. By restoring them, we'll make them usable for the middle school teams as well as for multiple community groups, women's softball, men's softball, youth baseball, and so on. So again, bringing a town asset up to better condition. This is, again, what community preservation should be about. So we thought it was, in the end, an excellent use. And there's precedent because the town has used CPA funds for a couple other things at Meadowcombe Fields in the past. One, irrigation, and the other for the lighting that's used for, more for the football programs, if I'm not mistaken, but also for softball and so on. So again, good project. Finally, we also discussed in detail, as you know, the Blake Street Improvement Project. And here again, with Lori Connor's due diligence and some efforts on her behalf, the scope of that application was brought down from $850,000 to $783,900. And this is primarily by looking for where cost savings could occur. And a major one came into play when she thought, why don't we go with concrete poured curbs, which are aesthetically fine and perfectly safe, but save a lot of money compared to granite curbing. And also on the fencing, which was originally, let's call it a pleasing looking granite post and wood rail fence that you might see in a farm. Looked good in the demonstration, but ultimately not safe enough to prevent people climbing over it. And in the end, the railroad also thought it didn't meet their requirements for protection, not being able to push through or anything. It's ironic that we're running without a fence there today, but if we do put a fence in, it has to meet their requirements. So, so be it. So in the end, this is going to end up being a solid fence, probably a wood-stained fence, which will be very safe, tall enough at 6 feet to make prevent people from climbing over, so improving the safety of the area. And then as a benefit, it provides some surface for local artwork. And the Cultural Council has expressed some interest in being able to bring local artists in for murals, banners, and so on. So it should enhance some of the aesthetics of the park that's being planned there. Now, we recognize this was the subject of a prior town meeting article. We all know about it. But we want to make clear to the voters that the scope is different. It's much less expensive, and the source of funds is much more affordable to the town. This does not require any use of free cash. It does not require any additional borrowing. It does not detract from any other town capital project or use. It's completely affordable within the CPA reserves and a portion of new revenue. The way we've presented the article, the majority of it, about 600,000, would be covered by the unreserved fund. This is the CPA savings account that accumulates from unused previous revenue, but more so, or I should say in part, from state matching money and from investment income on that savings. So in the current balance of the unreserved fund, in the chart that I provided to you, 998,000. About 200,000 of that was a state match, and something north of another 200,000 was investment income on that savings. So in this regard, we're bringing forth a funding source that has been somewhat matched by interest and by state match. And in addition, there's more than enough additional projected revenue to cover the balance. So reduced scope, more affordable to the taxpayers, not detracting from any other town source. And we want to emphasize that the benefits of this project are to make a small investment, a beginning small investment in downtown revitalization. And I know that not everybody agrees that it's necessary, but I personally drew a lot of analogy to the Town Common project that the CPA approved, or I should say the town approved in CPA funds over 3 years, really. 2 main years. One, the initial project that bought the property, and the second was the construction costs. The big thing here is that the town already owns this property around Blake Street. We don't have to buy the land as we did in that project. So the relative costs of doing this are actually quite similar to what it costs to make the town common. Granted, that's a little bit bigger area, but similar construction costs in, re-landscaping. In this case, there's a lot of new drainage work, repaving and so on, then plantings, a pergola. The town common has a pergola. And in the end of the day, if you remember back, and I really do, there was a lot of resistance and questions from the committee as well as other boards about, is this the right use of a town asset, being the land that was there? Should we wait and see if some other use comes along that might benefit the community differently? Why are we spending this money? How do we afford it? And so on. And in the end, there was a lot of enthusiasm behind it. You remember the town committee people just kind of wouldn't give up and kept bringing forth the benefits of it, showing what it could do. And in the end of the day, I drive by it, and I'm not sure I really knew what it might be. Not everyone likes it today, but I do. I like seeing it, and I think it's better off having it than not having it. And it's those kinds of small investments in the way our downtown looks that I think are what could attract more people, more walkability in downtown, more opportunity for businesses. If we show that we're willing to invest in downtown, I think it's really a plug for the businesses that are here and the opportunity for more. And I want to speak to the question that's come up. Well, what about 4 West Main? We're bringing that out to an RFP, and what if there could be interference? I really don't see the argument. I can't believe that the town committing to enhance the parking area and a park and the community area next to Forest Main would not be an asset to any potential buyer or in the future a business that might lease space there. So that's the way I see it. I'm not sure if everyone agrees, but the committee and I came to that conclusion that that shouldn't be a barrier to the town approving the use of CPA funds for this project. So with that, I wanted to sum up by telling you that the remainder of our recommendations, for one, cover, importantly, the contribution to the Affordable Housing Reserve, meeting the minimum that we must do each year for CPA new revenue. We also are paying the bond on White Cliffs. I believe this is the 9th of 10 payments. So next year's town meeting, we'd be paying the mortgage off, and hopefully we have a new resident, all things going well. And finally, we recommended contributing the 5% max to the administrative fund, which, as we've discussed previously, we can use that for any related CPA business, be it appraisals or studies or things of that like, staff funding and so on, dues to the State Community Preservation Coalition. And so unused amounts from that fund go back into the reserve every year. So in summary, should we get your approval to bring all these to town meeting, and should the residents approve them all, we would utilize $1,487,240 of our available resources of $1,872,838, and that would leave us still with $385,598 in the reserve savings account for future projects. So the committee has always tried to not use everything on any one project if we can avoid it, to avoid bringing another borrowing to the town, as we had to do with White Cliffs, and to try to leave some reserve in the unreserved savings account or in any of the unreserved columns that we can, just to plan for what might come up next year. And I think that we've accomplished that, and at the same time can fund these 3 really good community projects. So I really thank you for listening to all that time.
No, that was great. And so just to be clear, we're not going to be responsible financially for the demolition of the additions on White Cliffs, because was that in the long-term plan for CPC?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer your question yet. I know that the article approved the town meeting to use CPA funds for what was going to be the engineering portion of the demolition. I'm unsure what the resolution of that is. If the new lessee, owner, is going to accomplish all of that with their own funds, then I think ultimately those funds would go back in CPA reserves. If the town is contributing that as part of the agreement, I'm not privy to that discussion. It hasn't come up before the
The
committee.
demolition of what?
The additions on White Cliffs, the
Oh, yes.
1960s additions there?
Yeah, they would be responsible for any construction.
Okay, so the town doesn't have any
No.
financial responsibility there anymore?
No.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Pending the agreement being agreed by everyone.
Sorry?
The
Pending-
agreement that we're talking about that hasn't been finalized,
Gotta get over the finish
Right.
line.
we gotta get it over the finish line, but I think that's what we're talking
True,
about.
yes.
Yeah, is that what you meant, Madam Chair?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. Laura has her hand up.
Thank you. I have a question about the affordable housing, the money that's being earmarked for Northborough Affordable Housing Corp. Is there, how did you come to that number?
We get each year from Jason Little,
Yep.
the projected FY '27 new revenue,
Yep,
which is projected at $870,000.
Yep.
So the CPA by law dictates that the town put at least 10% into each of the 3 core categories: affordable housing, historical preservation, and open space/recreation. So we took 10% of that as our minimum, and that's where the 87,000 came from.
got it. So now if they decided, because usually when NAHC has a project, they'll come before you, they'll give their proposal, then it comes to us, and then we all agree on what the project is and how it gets funded. If we're approving that money without a project proposed, would they still follow those same steps in the event a project is identified?
The money that gets placed in the CPA Affordable Housing Reserve
Yep.
can only be utilized by another town meeting action.
Okay,
So for instance, there might be a future housing project for which they need the 87,000 to contribute to. It would have to be part of a warrant article to put that reserve either toward the NAHC, the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation,
Yep.
or directly to the project constructor, in which case the town would hold those funds until then.
okay,
Now, it so happens that when town meeting has approved affordable housing funds from CPA to go directly to the NAHC, they don't actually go to the NAHC
Correct.
until they're utilized. They're, by agreement and by the funding agreement written up years ago when the NAHC was revitalized, those monies stay in the town's
Yep.
coffers, if you will, until they're needed on the project, and then the NHC, invoices the town, if you will, X amount needs to go to the project. And it's that mechanism that funded the senior affordable housing apartments,
Yep,
the 4 apartments on Main Street next to Trinity Church,
yep.
and the Boundary Street properties that were recently done. The NAHC has funds in holding, roughly $500,000, approved at previous town meetings. And the part of the funding agreement mechanism is that they must come before the CPC and also the Select Board to get reauthorization of those funds from a prior year if they haven't yet been spent.
Okay,
Our committee did do that, I believe, in November, and reauthorized those amounts that had not yet been spent.
okay,
So they have, the NAHC has those reserves, and then this additional to the CPA Affordable Housing Reserve column would be sitting there independently, but part of the big bucket, if you will.
thank you for clarifying that.
I hope that was clear.
Any other comments or questions? Jacob?
Quick one, and great question, and one, I think, example to illustrate what you were talking about, if I'm not right. So on your very helpful chart, you have under HR Reserve, Historical Reserve 4242. That was essentially an example of, in some prior year, we maybe didn't have a project or something, so we allocated the mandatory minimum to that, and that reflects some amount that we're using out of that reserve. Is that right?
You're exactly correct. The wording of the warrant article recommendation for the Historical Society window project is asking to use the 4242 from the Historical Reserve plus 208,518 in new revenue.
Perfect. So like some future year, there's a project that comes to the CPC that fits affordable housing. We may see a similar thing like this that says 87 from previously allocated reserve, which is the one we're putting in this year.
Exactly.
How that works, right? So, thank you so much for the presentation. I also wanted to just say thank you for a couple of other things. I know that, the CPC didn't have to, but did consider sort of an out of sequential or chronological order request that I think someone on our board recommended to help us meet a need we were looking at for a town matching for the trails feasibility study.
Yes.
And I'm just saying, I really appreciate that your committee and you as the chair agreed to look at that for us. And that came out of the administrative fund for the current year, if I'm understanding that right.
Yeah, and I think if, if I could explain the discussion on that. Technically, the state, through the coalition, tells us that the administrative fund should be for the business of the committee with regard to applications or the information needed to consider an application and so on. The way I squared this, and the committee agreed, was that we anticipate that there's going to be a CPA request for the Be-Wall Trails project. And so, and that was made clear by the town planner, and Open Space Committee and Trails Committee backed that up. And so we felt like the consideration of that project, it's going to come, even though it's not sitting on our docket today.
Yeah.
I felt like that was justified.
Your instinct is the same as my instinct. So I just wanted to say that wasn't something you had to do, but I'm just saying thank you for taking that into consideration. The other one, I wanted to say thank you for considering, I know that you do have a deadline for these applications, and if my information was right, the baseball field project was after that deadline, and your committee was gracious enough to hear that application anyway. And so, everyone, get your applications in on time, is the message. Get your applications in on time. They have a lot of business to do. It's hard to do it all on a calendar, but in this case, you did accept that one. And I'm just saying, I appreciate that you did that.
Well, thank you. It's, I don't want to state for the record that it's a soft deadline, but it has historically been a little bit in that regard. It's a tough time in the fall. People scramble, and I'm glad that this came in. I'm glad we considered it. It's an excellent use, and I didn't realize how much support it did have, so it worked out well for the better.
Thank you. Then more of a question, if you want to give us your opinion on it. As our board knows, I'm really in favor of trying to consolidate warrant articles, consent articles, things where we can avoid a little bit of time in the ministerial procedure of our town meeting where possible. It strikes me that the White Cliffs bond, tell me if you disagree, the way I look at it is, we've got a legal obligation to pay that. There's no way we're voting that one down. That's my opinion. The Affordable Housing Reserve, we have a legal obligation to set aside 10%, as you've already articulated. There's no way we could or should vote that one down. That's my opinion. Maybe the administrative fund could be anywhere between 0 and 5%, but historically, we've done 5%, right? Agreed, yeah. So, it doesn't seem to me that as I've looked back, the administrative fund has ever gotten a lot of pushback at town meeting. I would ask your opinion as we form the warrant of how bad it would be if we put all three of those on one article? Or what would you like to see us do on that? Just to say, I'm just thinking of saving time, because every time we do a motion, we got to go through the discussion, we've got to do a motion for reconsideration, we've got to move the question, we've got to do 100 things, and it just seems like I'm just trying to tighten things up a little.
Believe me, I'm on your team with this one. Standing up there doing it and listening to other people. I'm not sure we can legally do it. They're not quite the same subject in each case. Specifically, I think the designation to affordable housing would have to be separate.
Okay.
Because we can't assume that, that doesn't have a unique set of arguments. Calling the White Cliffs bond and the administrative fund both sort of procedural and, could come together, you're probably right, but I guess I'd need other opinions, but I'm not sure it would wash
Understood.
the protocol of town meeting.
Yeah, when I make these suggestions, it's always like, well, I have this, I believe to be a good idea that's going to possibly get demolished by someone at town meeting trying to split the question. Then we got to learn what splitting the question is. And then I'm like, okay, well, then we gained nothing by this. So I am thinking of just really trying to simplify if we can.
I'm totally with you, and
That's all.
I'm not sure it's already been suggested, but if there's a way to not read the warrant article twice, that would be another step.
That's being proposed.
That would help.
Then my final one, and I'm sorry for being so long-winded. I know I had asked through the town administrator a question, and I don't want it to be interpreted the wrong way, so I just kind of want to air it out here. I was trying to find out for myself, being my first year on this board, whether this board is required to put something that the CPA gives to us on the warrant, given that the training materials they give us say, like, look, we're in control of the warrant other than citizen petitions. And then CPC, I'm like, well, that fits in a weird area. I've read your feedback that you've given to us, and I understand it. I think my shortcut to all of that is that I think that the right thing for us to do is, whether we're required to or not, as a courtesy, we should, rather than, because do I think 10 citizens could make a petition and go around it? Yes. Am I interested in gamesmanship? No. So I think that regardless of individual votes on individual items, I think the right thing to do even if it's just as a courtesy to another one of our committees that we're working together with, is for us to do it, and then we take our individual votes on the individual items. So I didn't want that one to come off the wrong way. That's my view of it anyway.
No, I respect your asking it. I understood where you were coming from. I believe I shared the bylaw that was approved at town meeting in 2005. And it essentially states that the recommendations of the CPC should be brought to town meeting, but I do understand in the end of the day, the board controls the warrant. And so, I think that we always want to cooperate, and the precedent in town in Northborough has been just what we're doing today, is the CPC by law and by our own bylaw conducts public hearings, at least one. We typically do 3 or 4 different sessions. We review the applications. We set a deadline, soft as it may be. We review the applications against CPA criteria and our own criteria, and try to also balance it with affordability and community support level. And then, I think that the committee, there's been members there for many of the years, and then some have come and gone, where we have a unique representation. Some of the committee members are business owners in town, as you may know. Some of the committee members represent other committees, as I'm sure you know. So there's good, strong group that deliberates seriously. And in the end, we recommend what we think that the town, would like to see and that they would approve. And then we come to you hoping for your agreement.
Understood.
And I believe that I, personally would love to see that tradition just continue.
That's all I had, thanks.
John, thank you. And first, let me just say, I think you are a tremendous ambassador of the CPA. I've always been impressed in the way you carry yourself and the way that you approach this.
Thank you.
There's a couple of things. I don't think, in my perspective, the role of CPA has never been more important than it is now in terms of the financial condition of Northborough. And this is the investment in our town and the investment things that the town wants to prioritize. So a couple of things I just want to make sure I understand. First is the new revenue, the $870,000, is the tax revenue for the year, right?
Correct.
How much of that is Northborough taxpayers versus state? What's the breakout of what the state match or the state contribution would be?
The 870,000 number is the projected income to Northborough from the property tax surcharge. So 1.5% surcharge
Okay.
on your property value, not including the first 100,000, and there's senior exclusions. And then that is the projection of what the town's going to get in FY '27.
Yep.
We vote at town meeting on that projection. Then the state match is done against that amount the previous fiscal year. So when we get a state match in November of '26, it's based on the actual received revenue in fiscal '26. Maybe I'm giving more detail than you asked for, but.
Maybe let's make sure I'm clear. So $870,000 is the projected tax revenue from Northborough taxpayers.
Correct, from the property.
And there would be a
surcharge.
projected state match that if we try to match those together?
John, do you want me to, sorry, I don't mean to jump in.
Would love for you to jump in.
Just go to the mic just so they can hear you. Sorry. Not-
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
This was good.
It does
Yeah,
have to be
so
exact. I just want to make sure I understand the flow, but
So the 10% are set on the annual budget, which includes the revenue match from the state as well as the tax surcharge. So we set that budget conservatively. So the levy was about $750,000. We set that at $747 would be the taxpayer share. And then the estimated match was 15% at $123,000.
okay, that's clear.
Sorry, I misspoke.
No, just super helpful for me as I try to learn. And then administration fund for revenue, obviously it's a percent that we allocate. Any unused administration fund in the current period or prior periods just goes into unreserved?
Correct.
Okay. And then what we're proposing here is we would carry, if everything here were to pass, we'd have $87,000 in affordable housing reserve and then no reserves allocated to any of our 3 charters outside of that.
No additional reserves, no.
Yep, and then everything else to be unreserved that the town could use at their discretion on a CPA eligible project or initiative.
Correct.
Okay,
And the other applications, I should say, yes, the three applications we spoke of in the beginning.
Yep.
Plus the White Cliffs bond payment. Each of those satisfies the 10% minimum in one category, in the historical category or the open space recreation category. You follow?
I do.
So we typically don't then recommend anything additional to the reserve accounts unless there's a good reason to, you know what I mean?
makes sense. And then the one, just another technical question so I understand it. The affordable housing, the 87,000, I don't think we have a choice on that. To remain compliant with CPA in order to get state match, we have to do that, right? Even a town meeting vote no there, we have to do it. We don't get the state match, I would assume.
Yeah, I would add that the accountant is enabled to make that reservation without town meeting's vote, should it be turned down at town meeting. But that would be unusual for that to be done without a town meeting vote first.
Okay, yeah, just more tech, I mean, to me, it seems obvious, but just want to make sure I understood how it works.
Similar to how our debt would get paid regardless of whether.
Yeah, we're paying
if
the
that
bond no matter
appropriate or
what,
not.
so it's a little bit of semantics.
Yeah.
Okay,
But-
super
But town meeting needs an opportunity to vote on it first. That's kind of the concept behind that.
And then I think just the last for me, just as, and appreciate the schedule you put forward here that kind of goes through the reserves and unreserved and the revenue. You know, it does call out that Blake Street is, while the price is down, the amount of reserves we're using is quite significant to our unreserved, $612,000 of $998,000 of unreserved. So while we're not, the price is down, it would really essentially liquidate 2/3 of what the CPA had for reserves. And just only because you had made the comment, I've heard unsolicited a lot of concern from folks that are interested in Full West Main and in general on Blake Street, that the town making a decision what to do with that prior to we have a decision on Full West Main, like a timing issue here, maybe a year early. I've heard that, just feedback, unsolicited to me, just probably from being a select board member, but I appreciate everything you put together.
Thank you.
Mike, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I mean, no questions beyond what's already been asked. Thank you, John, for presenting all the material and for what you and your committee do. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only other procedural question is probably not happening tonight, but at some point before town meeting, the board will have an opportunity to take sort of up or down votes on particular articles. And, you know, if we have additional things to say about whichever article, I'm sure it'll come up then, so.
Yep, absolutely.
So I have a question. One thing that we're doing now, which is very helpful, is when we are asked to accept a grant application, we have a template. And the key questions are, is this going to cost the town money? Is this going to involve other departments or work by,
Maintenance.
right. So I think with Blake Street, my understanding is that the new parking spaces that are created, like the parallel parking, will be resurfaced, but a large portion is not going to be resurfaced. So, first of all, I should take a step back and say, I heard loud and clear when we did the master plan. The person who presented downtown kept saying, all people kept saying was downtown, downtown, downtown. So this is what, there's a lot of people who want to see some movement. With the resurfacing, that's going to be possibly a cost to the DPW budget? No? How is the remainder of Blake Street going to be resurfaced? Thanks, Scott.
No problem. Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. If you're talking about the Blake Street right away, yes, their appropriation could be used toward that. The parking lot, no.
No what? No.
There's no funds for it.
No funds for it?
Funds get allocated toward roadway improvements under the operating budget, roadway maintenance as a capital item, and Chapter 90. None of those three pockets of money can be used on a municipal parking lot.
So, if I'm clear, do we have a big question mark? Like, how are we going to afford or finance?
We'd have to put it in the capital budget for a future year.
Okay.
Wait,
So,
So she's talking about the area where Fatouche is, that all of that is our town parking lot. So in order to resurface that, we would have to plan for it just like any other capital expense.
Like where the current bins are. Like
Correct.
that parking
Yes.
area, not the right-of-way, like Scott's talking about
Correct.
Blake Street proper.
Correct.
I think the chair is asking about the area, and I don't mean to, sorry, I just
no,
jumped in
no,
there.
that's, I appreciate the clarification.
If I understood, our planning director did was very, very helpful and answered some of my questions. And I also watched your meetings and I answered some of them there. The parking spots adjacent, like immediately adjacent to the park, both the ones running north-south, I mean, where you know which one, the ones that are closest to
The door
to Route 20. And then around to the ADA ones that are going to be put in.
Yes.
Those ones, if I'm understanding correct, are in the scope of what CPC is recommending.
Yes.
And anything north of that parking lot wise, now there is a section of the parking lot that'll be torn up and put in some new landscaping features, et cetera.
Rain
So
gardens.
that'll obviously be ripped up and whatever's in the plan will be put
To
there.
do all the drainage improvement as well underneath.
Totally, yeah. So that's all there. But then there's still, if I'm understood the planning director correctly, there's still a section of the parking lot that's, I'm just describing as more where those bins are. And some area that I can't really define very well with my hands here, some area of that parking lot that does look a bit degraded, that isn't in the scope of the CPC project, isn't currently in our paving budget.
Right.
That is a question mark of, even when we proceed with this, it'll say all the work gets done, the other 500,000 that was approved for the sidewalks gets done, this all gets done. Everyone looks and says, well, gee, we have a parking lot that still is unsurfaced. If nothing changes, if we don't put money toward it. Is that right?
Yes, it may be logical to wait and see if Blake Street is approved and those improvements get made, let their drainage improvements and whatnot settle and pave the parking lot the following year, which is often the case.
And then if I can follow up with one question that maybe Chair Campbell can help out with, because if I understood it correctly, and maybe you can help make sure, when I was listening to the discussion about this, what I kind of understood the CPC's view is that it was justifiable within the scope of the CPA for recreational area to do the parking spots directly adjacent to the pocket park or whatever we're calling that area, but that the other ones perhaps were either too far away from the park or different use. I don't want to put words, but could you help us understand? I think the conclusion was that it wasn't an appropriate use of CPA money. Is that right?
You're correct. When you look at precedent for what other towns have done and has been approved under CPA, where the focus of this is to rehabilitate the park, which, if you don't maybe recognize it as a park, but it's town-owned.
I didn't mean to be derogatory
No.
toward the park. I
No,
just
understood. And then, the parking that's adjacent to it, so we've limited the scope to that. There is improvement to sidewalks and so on that was covered by the Complete Streets grant that did come in as well, which, is an important benefit that we're not addressing with the CPA presentation, but it's part of the enhancement of the rest of the Blake Street sidewalk and part on Pierce Street. But you're correct that we couldn't just say, we want to pave a parking, there's got to be a song in there, right? We can't pave paradise with CPA money.
Sure. Thanks. And I didn't mean to be insulting toward the park. I was trying to pick
No.
the right
And
words.
I have not sat in, nor do I serve on the focus group for downtown, but I know there's been discussions with the property owners, and I don't know which portion of the parking lot is part of their properties or not. I'm not really fluent in that, but there may be opportunities down the road, and, we can't solve it all, but if the town invests in this improvement, we believe it's a good first step to encouraging other investment.
So, the cost to repave that would eventually, I guess, have to go to capital budget, we received some, Scott, I hate to put you on the.
It was 93,000. It was from Beta Group. They
Oh,
gave
it
us a
was from.
cost estimate.
Okay, but did you comment also that you thought it would involve like major work?
I did. They gave two estimates. One was, can we just mill and overlay the parking lot? When you look at it, it's completely alligator cracked, and the subbase is saturated. So we would hate to mill and overlay and have it fall apart. So the recommendation was to remove the asphalt, remove 6 inches of gravel, put new gravel in, compact it, get some proper grading, maybe lift it up a little bit so it doesn't fall into a valley as it goes toward the railroad, and put the proper 2 courses of asphalt.
And that price tag was.
That was the $93,000 that
Yeah.
the town administrator just said.
Right. So, I mean, I think, all of this information will be good going up to town meeting. I hope you agree.
Yeah, I do agree. It comes up in other meetings too, kind of what's being done and what isn't being done.
Uh-huh,
I-
okay.
I'm sure she'll show plans. of-
Sure,
Yeah.
and we've talked about this, somehow demonstrating, look, we're addressing this part of paving, we're addressing this part of sidewalks. These areas are going to be improved. Unfortunately, can't do all the parking lot with CPA money, so. I do think it's clear to kind of show the voters, what the realistic scope is of what we're doing and what it could look like.
What I think isn't entirely clear to me, just trying to piece together meetings. I imagine it's the parking that is across from Sawyer's.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And then would it go all the way to Fatouche, halfway to Fatouche?
Wait, sorry, are you talking about what's covered in the CPC project?
I'm talking about what we can actually, so if we were to go forward with the 90, if we do CPC, let's say Blake passed,
Yep.
then we're gonna have to have a secondary investment of, so I'm trying to ensure that the staging of these investments is understood. So I understand Blake Street, we've beat that one up pretty well. What's not entirely clear to me is, in the 93,000 that Scott referenced, how far does that get us towards Fatouche? And what does the town own for that lot versus what do the businesses own for that lot?
The town owns to about 10 feet in front of the front entrance of Fatouche.
Okay,
So
Yep.
take 10 feet off the front of that building.
Yep.
Go all the way over to the edge of the pavement, run parallel with the railroad tracks. Imagine where the pocket park is now and add nose-in parking within that parking lot. Cut off that nose-in parking, but that's because that's part of the CPA funding.
yep.
And then hit the edge of Blake Street and go back toward Fatouche.
So, thank you. So we basically looking to take it all the way up to 10 feet above Fatouche and then all the way above the Exchange Consignment Boutique to whatever housing or business is there? When we cut a straight line that way, or would we go beyond Blake Street toward the doggy daycares and that stuff too?
No,
and-
that's all private.
That's all
Yeah,
private.
Right, so you take that 10 feet from Fatouche, you run it parallel with the front of the building, right up to Blake Street roadway.
I see, okay. And then, how many parking spaces are contemplated in all that work?
I want to say it's in the low 30s. It's in the,
It's 38.
it's
I
in the
think.
design drawings. I know the whole project is like a net positive 2, I believe. It's almost the same.
And Fatouche can't claim those as Fatouche parking. It's obviously can be used for customer parking for Fatouche, but it can be used for any general
It's
purpose.
absolutely municipal-owned
Okay.
parking, yes.
Okay, thank you. You got a question? I jumped in front of you.
Scott, I have one more question.
I'm sorry.
Just keeping you on your toes. Okay, so the rain garden, tell us about maintenance for that.
We have to, for lack of better terms, muck it out twice a year, make sure the vegetation is maintained. The species are designed to be salt tolerant and drought tolerant. So our hope is that it's not, they thrive there. And when I say muck it out, it's not with the big excavator. That's just going to tear everything up. You get in there with 3 staff members, and they rake out what sediment there is. A lot of the sediment in there is going to be sandy material, so it's easy to get out as opposed to like a wet mud that pulls all the root mass with it. It's generally a sand material because that's what ends up on the parking lot.
Okay, so then technically that will involve more work for a department. Just going back to our template.
Public Works Department.
Yes. You're right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, oh, wait,
I'm so sorry. This isn't even a fair question, but it's a timely one that we're going to forget about when we're talking about this in time meeting. Because when I was there earlier this week, I obviously noticed the giant pile of snow that's there. And you've probably not looked into this. I wouldn't have expected why you would have. But assuming everything is implemented with the CPA recommendation and all these changes, is our snow removal and where snow is stored going to change, or is it going to be effectively kind of where it's being stored right now?
It'll be changed,
Okay.
depending on usage. I mean, we currently push the snow back to the railroad track, so there's a huge mountain. You see how we maintain the snow, or manage the snow at the library.
Yeah.
We push it as best we can, and then we truck it at night. It's just another lot that we'll have to push during the day and truck at night,
Okay. I'm asking it now.
if the use warrants it.
Because if everything goes well, I'll forget all about the snow by the time we're in April.
And that'll be by DPW.
So if the parking lot is greatly used, you will have to remove snow to make sure that we're not taking, okay.
Same operation we do for Town Hall. Senior Center has plenty of storage. The library does not. Fire station does not. So there's certain properties that have adequate storage space. Many of them don't.
Okay, all right, okay.
And then this one's for Chair Campbell, sorry. Thanks, Scott, appreciate you.
So glad you're here.
And you alluded to it, but I just wanted to make sure, because I know that the fence thing has been kind of evolving in the last few weeks or so. And so I saw a picture of kind of conceptual of what the new fence concept might be. If I understood correctly, the amount that the CPA recommended doesn't include an amount for an artist or an amount to actually paint it. And you said the Cultural Council has expressed some interest in finding something, but like the amount that we hypothetically would be approving here doesn't include pictures on the mural, right?
No, that's correct. You're referring to a display that Lori shared of the type of fencing and just show some flower murals for what it could be. And in her defense, she's had to look at 3 different changes in the fencing, taking away the old farm post fence, let's say, and then we were looking at a regular wrought iron fence, and then she found a nice, metal webbing fence that I thought was fine. It allowed some light through, but CXX pushed back, no places for openings for people to get limbs through. I'm not quite sure why. And so the current proposal is a fence that would be solid, but to be stained and made to look, aesthetically pleasing, and also reduce additional maintenance for Scott's crew. So I heard that vinyl would be worse, but some wood stain material would be more durable.
And for whatever it's worth, I actually, up until this entire time we've been talking about Blake Street, at no point have I envisioned a nice mural with some nice art. And the first time I'm thinking about that's the last couple of weeks, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe there's an opportunity there to make something pretty. And obviously, pretty's in the eye of the beholder, but we'd have to figure out how to fund that or find an artist who'd be willing to do that. Or
Sure, and the Cultural Council folks are on top of stuff like that. They're very good. I understand there's murals going up at Town Hall here. There's, they're working to create these kind of art spaces that you see in other towns and make their downtowns more attractive. There's a gas station next to the town common, but somehow they got a nice mural on the wall, so it sort of takes your eye away from the gas station for a moment anyway. And so things like that are nice to have in town.
You have a question?
I do, or more of a comment. I really appreciate all the work and all the thought you've put into this, and I highly recommend doing the Historical Society presentations every month. They're great, and you can definitely check out their museum hours once the weather warms up. I've been listening to the Blake Street discussion, and I know that you've already said that the uncertainty around 4 West Main Street was something that came up last year, and as we continue to talk about this, and as we're getting closer, hopefully, to a solution for what we're going to do with 4 West Main Street, it seems like there's still a lot of questions, and I'm just curious, how are we going to present this at town meeting when we still don't have that plan for 4 West Main, when there is going to be a lot of overlap, especially when we're talking about this additional cost for the parking lot work, and then who knows what they're going to, I've got even more questions now about what this is going to look like for 4 West Main. And given that last year it was a pretty contentious vote, and I just want to make sure we've got a solid answer so we don't put you or anybody that's worked so hard on these projects in an uncomfortable situation.
Well, for me personally, assuming I'm presenting the article, I need to read the RFP. I haven't. We've talked about 4 West Main, but there hasn't been much information yet. So I want to be educational. I want to be educated on what it is and, what's in the scope. It's my understanding that the town owns the Blake Street land and where the parking spaces will be and where the park will be. And it's my understanding that's not being put in and offered as part of the RFP. Stop me if I'm wrong. And so I personally continue to see it as an asset, not a place of confusion. I see it as if I'm looking to do something with that building, and I'm seeing the town is already investing in making the area next to it more pedestrian friendly and parking friendly, that would drive business to what I'm proposing for that building, I see it as a benefit. And that's the way I plan to present it.
I appreciate that. There is going to be an overlap between what we do as a town for that parking lot and what the business does with that parking lot. And so I think this could come up at town meeting, and I just want to make sure that it doesn't get confrontational for you or for our boards or our staff.
I can't predict that it won't.
Yeah.
But I want to learn where, I'm not seeing that there is an overlap, so let's work hard to understand what's in your RFP, eliminate the thinking that there's some overlap. Again, the building is here, you know, Blake Street is here.
It's definitely going to need parking, though.
I can call you
Yeah,
and
you
we'll
know,
go over the RFP.
I think we should go over
Yep.
it.
Thank you.
So I hope to make it clear, I appreciate the suggestion, because I'm going to need some help.
And we want to be right there in lockstep with you. I mean, it's just,
Very glad to hear that.
we have to make sure that we've got a solid plan.
Yeah, right. Anything we can do to reduce town meeting confusion, right?
I should, yes.
Jacob?
I was going to be done, I promise, but this is really great question. And one, you said stop me, and I didn't want to stop you because I didn't want to interrupt you. But I was going to say, my understanding, and the RFP hasn't been finalized, but my understanding is I would at least expect that someone who responds to the RFP may say, yeah, I know you're not selling me that property, but my development plans is going to rely upon an agreement with the town that I can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many parkings for my intended use. And that would be an agreement potentially. I don't know. The point is while I agree that I don't think there's an offer to sell that property, I wouldn't exclude the possibility that the town may have an interest in agreeing to lease, or however you want to structure it, the right to use parking spots, because there is limited parking, of course, for that building.
And I think that speaks to why it would be an asset.
Sure.
Parking's getting improved. The issues with drainage are being taken away. A handicap parking spot is being made. Things that the potential developer doesn't have to worry about in their list of things.
And
And then the rest of the parking, we just talked about what the town owns, all the way up to Fiducia and so on. There's a bunch of parking there. It's, it exists, and so that's a good asset too.
I totally hear what you're saying. I didn't mean to talk over you. And I get that. It's the parking that's here now looks nice rather than degraded and drainage problems and stuff like that. So I'm totally hearing what you're saying. And the other reason I wanted to comment is because I know that in some other meetings, not in our meetings, I think it was when when it came before us in the open space, maybe. I can't remember. There was somewhere where I was a liaison, and I said, anyway, I think it was the open space when they were deciding whether to recommend. Anyway, so I had questions back then, so I want to close the loop so that at least from my perspective, there's no confusion. Because I have said in the past, hey, could we make more parking here than the net change, which is either +1 or +2? There's some parallel parking being added along Blake Street, and there's parking spots being subtracted because of the drainage solutions. I don't want to get into it, but currently the plan is a net +1 or +2 compared to what's currently there. And I had made some comment of, well, if we arrange it this way, me not being a parking engineer, could we get more? I sat with our planning director, and she showed me, and we got the maps out with the correct sized rulers, and she demonstrated to me, to my satisfaction, that without a variance to our setbacks, the idea that I had that would have net +7 or +8 parking spots couldn't be done. It begs the question, could the town get a variance? It certainly could seek one. No one can guarantee what the ZBA would do with that request. So I wanted to sort of close the loop on that outstanding, so no one quotes me as saying, well, Jacob said it definitely could be X. I agree with the planning director that without a variance, we could, or a very much smarter person at parking layouts than everyone who's looked at it so far, I don't think we could get substantially more parking spots. So then the question would have to be, well, would it be interesting to seek a variance with the ZBA? And that's beyond the scope of what we're here to talk about. So I wanted to just close the loop on that and say thank you to the Director Connors for taking some time to walk through that with the rulers and everything with me.
She'll appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Well, I hope this was helpful.
Very much so.
Okay.
Thank you.
The feedback's important, and I appreciate your time.
I have one more question. Did you talk about electric charging parking spaces, electric chargers there?
We did not bring that up.
Because we have very few in town.
Well, yeah, there's,
I guess that can
Only
be
so many
added on
spots.
later. What?
yeah.
So many spots.
Yes, but
And
you know,
it's, who's going to pay for the electricity and, that there's a whole, how are you gonna pay? There's so many
Right,
different
right.
facets of that.
But
yeah.
when we get to the discussion about economic development, people I know who need to charge their cars will find a town, charge their car and walk around and, frequent the businesses. So
great point.
I think it's worth having a discussion about later.
Aren't there state grant opportunities as well for the
Right.
chargers?
Right.
Or there were. I
Yeah, there
At one
were.
point, it was like free or
hope they
something,
still
right?
exist, but
Yeah.
I'm totally for it, but I don't have an EV yet. Someday I hope to.
Okay. All right, well, any other comments from you?
No, thank you very much for,
Thank you.
again, listening and being receptive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Scott, for you.
Okay, so next on the agenda is acceptance of a Green Communities grant from Mass Department of Energy Resources for weatherization at Town Hall. Hi, Scott.
Hello.
Okay, so do we have any paperwork on this one?
Yes, it's
Yes,
in your
we do.
packet. Yep. After John's.
I got it. Okay, everybody got it? Okay, so this is for $250,000, and no new position will be created.
Correct.
And any additional funds from us on this one? No, right?
No.
Okay, so. Oh, Sean Thompson also has his hand up.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. Sean Thompson, our Facilities Manager, has spearheaded all of our Green Communities initiatives since he came on board. We've had several awards, including LED lighting changes, weatherization at the library and the senior center, among other projects. This is the most recent submission that he made. We work with Central Mass Regional Planning Commission as our consultant for grant administration. They provide the service to coordinate the application, which includes work with the two utilities, electric and gas, as well as a third-party energy efficiency vendor. We get the application in. When it gets awarded, there's always a piece of the award that funds CMRPC's continued grant administration. There are certain state reporting requirements and annual reporting regarding our utility bills going forward to show and present what we've saved to green communities through CMRPC. So the grant that was submitted here is for weatherization at Town Hall. You're all aware that we have this HVAC project for Town Hall that we're going to hopefully seek some state grant money for in the coming year. We were strongly suggested and motivated to submit this application to get insulation in the attic. There is no insulation at the roof. There is insulation in the above the ceiling, but it's all open space from the ceiling up to the roof. That's problematic. You don't get as much energy efficiency, and we would spend far more money on the HVAC project than we should, and not realize as much benefit from it. So the analysis that was done in preparation of this was what should be done as far as insulation goes. So we insulate the roof, and then the walls from the roof down to the ceiling, so to speak. So we encapsulate that entire attic space. If you don't do that, you end up with insulation sandwich, and you can't do that. Sorry. So we submitted the grant application. The funds identified were based on some very conservative estimates that were done by our energy conservation consultant. So it's a $250,000 grant. $5,000 goes towards CMRPC's grant administration services. We're projecting a $13,000 utility incentive. And the projected annual savings is approximately $8,300 in energy use. In addition, it is a bit of a volatile bidding environment right now. We're hopeful that the installation contractors will be, hungry for the work. They likely will be, considering we are a municipality and prevailing wages rule when it comes to labor forces. In the event there was any need for supplemental funds, there was a capital article approved on FY13 for HVAC improvements to Town Hall. That article, coupled with the town hall improvements article, also from FY13, were what we were planning on using for the HVAC project in the coming years. So there is a backup plan in the event additional funds are needed. That is not what we expect to be the case. We're always very conservative on our estimates so that we don't have to go to the local coffers, so to speak, to finish off funding. The schedule on the project, the DOER will issue the contracts for us to execute in the coming weeks. I would expect those by the end of March. Their expectation is typically to receive them back in 30 days. I do know that they need to be back by the end of the fiscal year, but we have adequate time to get things in place before. We can't mobilize any work until we get the contracts back from the state. As soon as that happens, we have a kickoff meeting with a DOER and CMRPC, and then we push forward with the project. Sean will be spearheading every step of the way with me, pleasantly in the shadows. Oh, hey, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hello.
Do you want to add anything to?
No, Scott summed it up pretty well. We initially were going to go for this combined with the HVAC project through Green Communities and go for a decarbonization grant, which would have been for $500,000. But based on the funding gap on the estimates for the HVAC project, it just made more sense to break them apart, because now we can get the $250 for this project and then go back once this project's complete and get the $500 and commit that totally to the HVAC, which should cover the difference that we would have needed in additional funds from the town. So theoretically, with the 2 approved articles we already have, and if we get both the grants, which we already got one of them, we should be able to complete the HVAC project without asking for any town funds for capital needs.
And as I recall, I think that Sean and DPW you have acquired quite a few dollars for us in these grants to upgrade the buildings, and so we would say thank you for all of that work. Okay, discussion. Mike?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Sean. The backup plan, just in case in those previous capital articles, how much is in there, or how much money?
It's like roughly 42,000 based on the estimate we got from our consultant prior to the bid. But speaking with Department of Energy Resources throughout the application process, they've been parts of similar projects like this, and they felt that the number we got was on the higher end. So I expect, based on the feedback I've got from people involved in all these types of projects, that the number we get when we go out to bid for this project should be less than the number we provided you guys today.
Sean, what do we have remaining?
So that 42 should be, in a perfect world, 0, but definitely less than what it is currently.
Sean, what do we have remaining in those 2 capital articles? For some reason, I got 900 something, rings a bell.
Between the 2 of them, it's 9 and change, I believe.
Okay.
I know originally we had 900-ish in one and 375 in the other, but we've done some stuff at Town Hall, building out the office for the accountant and building out Diane's office and doing some carpet replacement and other miscellaneous things.
What was the MIS GIS HVAC?
Say that again?
The MIS GIS, when their AC failed?
Yep, we did that. We also had to add AC to the accountant's office because it didn't have heater or AC, so we put in a mini split that does both. It was just the most cost-effective way to address that since we have the steam boilers.
And so the reason why this is very important, all of this news, is because whatever is left over, we can replace more carpets. How many times do I say that? Finally, let's get rid of the orange carpet.
That was the first thing she said to me when we got the grant. Does this mean we can do carpets?
I know.
It insulates, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. So it sounds like the expectation is the bid should come in within that grant amount, so we're expecting that we wouldn't have to tap into those additional funds. Sounds like there's fairly significant amount of funds still from a 2013. You said both those articles were 2013?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that, the plan for those funds, would that be used towards like the HVAC? If, I know you said you were going to look for additional grants once this is completed, would those funds be used towards that to
Yes.
supplement or in lieu of grants for the HVAC?
Yes, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
One of the benefits of the approach Sean has taken is if we had gone together for both grants at the same time, the energy, the size of the units in order to heat and cool, ventilate this building without the insulation are far more expensive than afterwards. So not only do you get 250 plus 500, your 500 is spent more efficiently because your units are smaller because the building is properly insulated and weatherized.
Okay. And then, I don't know, maybe this is a question for Jason. That amount of money from a 2013 capital article, I assume that's been just sort of in a set aside or in a general fund that we've collected at least interest on since that time, or?
Yeah, so there's two articles that were with each other. I just looked at the balances, and they're pretty close to it, to the number that you mentioned. But there's a CPA article that was for the HVAC component of the building, I believe. So yeah, they sit in their funds. The funds that are sitting in the CPA earn interest income for the CPA fund, and then the remaining balance was in a capital article. It was funded with available funds, so that generates, it's money in the bank for the town. It generates income for the general fund. So that's where that's been sitting.
Okay,
We've been saving up for the project.
right. Long term.
13 years?
Yeah, but the investment income, I mean, it's beneficial to the town, and the portion that's in the CPA is beneficial to the CPA as a whole, but it doesn't increase the spending capacity of those articles.
Right.
The appropriation is a hard line.
Okay, and just to ask the question, is there what's the good reason why you say, because those articles are so old, that those funds wouldn't have been repurposed somewhere else in town for any other use?
Well,
Oh, I would ask annually if they could be.
Okay.
And it's always been, we're not sure what we're going to do with the building.
I mean, when I worked here years ago, when John Codier, he was like, I think we're moving, so we're still here.
We
so
finally did the study
we're
for
not
the
going
town
anywhere.
office feasibility study, and when
Yeah.
everybody realized the number, we said to ourselves, we're home, so let's make home a little more comfortable and healthy.
Yeah, healthy is the key, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And just a couple of clarifying questions. One I heard was a reserve in the CPA fund.
Correct. It's an article.
Remember John reviewed us with us moments ago, or does that make its way to another account?
No, it's within reserve for articles, so it's a specific project that's set aside it's within the CPA fund, but it's not part of the reserves. It's specifically dedicated to the article.
In 2013.
Well, it still remains in
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah, no, understood. We reviewed this at Financial Planning Committee a couple of years ago, and
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much are those reserve funds for both CPA and for general fund? That's what it is.
900 something thousand
Combined?
dollars. Combined, yeah, remaining, yeah.
And how did CPA, and this is maybe a nuanced question, but how did that qualify for a CPA?
The historic building, I would
This is a
believe.
historic building?
For building, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll double down on that. Keep doing
I'm
stuff.
like, look at
town
the
office CPA. So now I'm liking that answer. So, all right, that's useful. And then the 250, would there be a mechanism if you were to go over 250 to come back to the select board? Or do you have authorization to supplement with the general fund? Because you'll be able to source bids prior to making a decision on the grant. You have to make a decision, then source bids.
No, the process will be as typical, a design bid build project.
Yeah.
So we put together a technical specification, we go out on the street, we get bids from contractors. In the event the bid comes in above the 250 available, and we then go to a town administrator and say, can we utilize the FY13 HVAC project funds for the project?
And can we get visibility to that stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
before, I want to make sure
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand the
I'm
cost.
happy to present it to the board first and say, here are the bid results. is the shortfall. How would you like to proceed with some options?
Yeah, there was whole, I mean, I remember the conversation on reserve funds, and that was the most extreme example of something sitting around since 2013 that the town never did, and the dollar sitting in that $1 million range. But like, then the question was, how many other things do we approve and not do, and is that an offset we could use for other things and close out some of those articles? But that was that was the biggest example we reviewed in terms of having a big reserve balance.
It's just about the old one. That's the oldest article we've seen
Yeah,
on the books.
yeah.
Jason does a good job every year of talking to every department head that's associated with an old article and explaining to us that, is there any way to close this, please?
Yep, thanks. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah,
Just, obviously I've got Z roof on the brain, so we're talking about insulation. We're talking about spray foam, either closed or open cell. I don't know exactly, that's all specified, but the kind that you spray on the interior of a surface, it expands, gets to its final cured state. I know the roof isn't in perfect pristine condition up there. What considerations are being made to make sure that I know that it's impossible to prevent all occurrences, but like, are we considering, gee, if we do have a roof issue, is this gonna ruin all the insulation that we just put on here? Is there anything that we can be doing in this insulation process to minimize any mold or other issues that may come from water seepage between now and the time that we fix the roof? Does that make sense? I'm thinking of this because I'm thinking of the Z roof, and it's got a bunch of insulation wet. Granted, not this kind of insulation, it's
Well, Sean and I spoke about construction phasing and all the equipment on the roof. Sean, I don't know if you want to touch base on the disposition of the roof units?
Yeah, so, to answer your initial question, we have the roof inspected annually by a roofing contractor and address any deficiencies or anything that they notice. I think we spent roughly $7,000 out of my operating budget this year repairing stuff on that roof in particular. We also are in the process of getting pricing for there's a few masonry issues up there as well. So we try to stay on top of it as much as we can. And the reason why we went this route versus a new roof is twofold. One, all the outdated equipment, we still don't have a final design for what we're doing for the HVAC. We don't know what's going on the roof. We don't know what's coming off. So by encapsulating the attic, as Scott described earlier, what that does is it prevents there being mold caused by moisture created inside the building, but it's all into the roof rafter. So we'd be able to replace the roof in the future without impacting that insulation. And it would also require less insulation applied with the new roof, reducing the cost of the new roof when we get to that point down the road. Does that answer your question?
That is 5 stars from Manager Thompson. Thank you so much. And the music to my ears was when you said, we're staying on top of it. And so I really appreciate hearing that, I'm not sad to spend $7,000 out of an operating budget to do preventative maintenance like I'm hearing that you're doing. So keep up that good work. Music to my ears. And thank you. That was a great answer to my question. Sorry. I think
okay,
that's all I
anybody
have.
else? Then are we ready for a motion, John?
I think we are. Let me just see where I sit with the papers. Madam Chair, I move the board vote to accept a Green Communities grant from the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources for weatherization improvements at Town Hall, as presented by the Public Works Director.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Laura. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you very much. And I think we are now going to move on to the,
Dam removal.
right. Okay.
I'm happy this is back up.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a grant to remove it?
Yep. Yes, we have,
Yes.
we're preparing the grant application now. It's a long application. I wanted to make sure we had everything we needed. available and completed in order to apply. All the grants now are online. It's an online portal. You really can't print it out and go through check boxes. You got to go through one page and then another page, go move next. But I've gone through all the next buttons, and I'm confident we have everything. So now I'm before you asking for,
It's the submit button.
yes, that's an important one.
That'd be horrible.
So the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs has a program where they support dam repair and removal. We applied for a grant application in 2023 to fund 80% of the design and permitting costs associated with the Northborough Reservoir Dam. It's located in Shrewsbury and Boylston. We're under an order by the Office of Dam Safety, Department of Conservation and Recreation, to remove it or repair it. It serves us no purpose whatsoever. It's no longer a drinking water supply. It's a liability. We don't want to spend multiple millions of dollars to repair a dam we don't need. So we went to the approach of removal. That was as directed by the Water Sewer Commission. They're charged with management of the dam. So we went through the whole process of design, permitting, long process. It started in 23. I'm sitting here in 26. We spent over $200,000 on it. There was a 20% local match paid for out of the Water Enterprise Fund. The rest of it was a grant through the Office for the Dam and Seawall Grant Program. This is the construction phase. We've got all the design complete. The permits are in place. The maximum grant they have available is $1 million. We're going for the maximum. The total project cost for removal is a little over $1.1 million. We have on the capital plan for this fiscal year, FY27 to town meeting in April, a request for $250,000 to be paid for 100% by the Water Enterprise Fund. That is to accommodate the local match and a little bit more just in case, a small contingency, $40,000, $50,000, not a lot. The grant is due on, I believe, March 20th. Yes, March 20th. We're working diligently through it now. We're having the assistance of our engineering consultant to help us. The award for $250 is required before contract is executed, but the awards won't be announced until well after town meeting. So the timing of this grant process, it fits well with our municipal budgeting process.
I think this is interesting to everyone. How do they remove a dam?
There's a lot of different ways. This is an open spillway dam, and one of the things about dams, as long as it's not a mill dam, the sediment behind the dam is clean. It's not contaminated. If you look at stream, the stream segments downstream of a dam, there's no mud. They're starved of sediment. So you don't see crawfish, you don't see little bullheads. There's not a lot of natural ground ecosystem species. So they remove the dam slowly. They allow the sediment to be re-entrained into the downstream reaches of the stream. Once it's removed and the small stream is meandering its way, they build an appropriate meandering stream with a thalweg upstream. So it meanders a little bit through the dam because dams are generally a steep slope. The upstream area revegetates naturally with some assistance. Some more woody vegetation is planted intentionally. And the sediment migration is monitored in the long term. And then there's some erosion protections. And the last thing is they open up the floodplain. So when you see a stream, you generally see a nice little stream, and then a wide flat area, and then some uphills. And the wide flat area would be the floodplain. That's where you really open up the dam. So, I've done several of them as a consultant. They're fun. I've never owned one.
So-
The ones you own aren't fun.
Oh, sorry. So is that, is the pond area, is that gonna disappear?
Most of it. There'll be a kettle pond left.
Okay.
It'll go from a maximum depth of 9 feet to 3.5, 4 feet. There'll be a lot of bordering vegetated wetland around it.
Yep.
The town owns the entire water body plus a 10-foot perimeter around the high water mark. So there is no residential abutters, there's no abutting property to the water. We've gone through the Shrewsbury Conservation Commission, we've gone through the Boylston Conservation Commission. We went through the MEPA EIR project, process, Environmental Impact Report, and we received our Chapter 91 license from the federal government for navigable waterways.
Yeah.
So Rawson Brook, the dam removal of Rawson Brook will not impede navigable commerce of the United States of America.
Oh, thank you for checking it.
That was nice sweating that one.
But I remember when this was looked at a few years ago, it's at critical risk of failure. And so it's really important that this gets addressed. So thank you for taking all the steps to do that. And then I think there's a walking trail around that. Is that walking trail going to stay there, or is that going to?
That'll remain. There is no footbridge over the spillway. It's considered a medium-sized significant hazard dam. Significant hazard dams are those that have the potential to cause catastrophic downstream failure, but likely not loss of life. The catastrophic downstream failure of this dam would be the loss of Route 290.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
So thank
Get
you.
a boat, everyone. Get a boat. I'm just kidding.
So wait, when would the work start then, if everything gets approved?
We would have it out to bid in the fall.
Okay.
They can do a lot of the clearing in the winter when it's pre-mud season, so to speak.
Okay.
It's likely an 18-month construction process.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No
Yeah,
problem.
very interesting, wow. Okay, any other, yeah,
I support this. Only question, and this may have already been done in the permitting process. So I understand this is over in Shrewsbury, so it's there's no Northborough residents per se. But I would just always want to be, if we haven't already, I know you said there's no legal abutters because we own up to 10 feet above the high water line. Even if we didn't have to, I would recommend as a courtesy, we notified anyone in the downstream area, just because even if they may not have a legal right to an area, they may be thinking that their stream's going to be a trickle, and now it's going to be more than a trickle. And, even if there's nothing they can do about it, it's just nice to know what's happening.
I had 2 informal meetings with the residents. One was before the permitting in our conference room downstairs, and the other one was in the middle of the Conservation Commission hearing. Hearing was continued, and I met with them at the Boylston Town Hall.
Oh,
So I met with-
Boylston, I'm sorry, it's not Shrewsbury.
It's Shrewsbury.
Oh,
Yep,
it is,
no,
okay.
both. I met with the Shrewsbury residents here before the permits went in, because they saw people out there flagging the wetlands and asked about it. I said, come on in, I'll show you everything we have. And then in the middle of the Conservation Commission hearings in Boylston, I met informally with the residents there, and we had an open dialogue about the project.
Anyway, that's just my preference. I don't think it's legally binding, but if there's an opportunity before the work starts for us to just send a postcard to the folks down the stream who may see some differences, it would just be a nice neighborly thing to do, I think.
That might be a nice thing to do it, like on the town news too. If we were to do an update, not on town news, but when you've got your articles, your posts on the website.
And what, just state the dam's coming down?
Well,
Don't say it that
I
way.
think there's a lot of curiosity
run.
around it.
I'll handle it with Stephanie contacting the town administrators in Shrewsbury and Boylston and just.
They're already
They know.
involved in
That-
this.
No, I
Oh,
know, but if
but-
there's any way that they have already contacted the abutting residents.
Oh, let's
and
put it this way.
If they
It
want
was-
us to do anything.
It was a heated topic.
We've
Scott did very well. Yeah.
contacted every abutter.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
I've
okay.
met
We've already
with,
done
as
all
I
this,
indicated, I've
yeah.
met with most of them on a personal level outside of open forum formal meetings.
Mm-hmm.
The town managers, the town manager and town administrator, they're both familiar with the project.
Mm-hmm.
The emergency management directors in both towns, they're familiar with the project. I've spoken with them. They're very happy about it. They can take an emergency action plan off their shelves and recycle it. The fewer of those, the better.
Yeah.
So everybody I've spoken to
Conservation
has been informed thoroughly about the project.
That's great. And like I said, I was just saying something that's maybe already been done. And, I just want to avoid a situation where John Doe, property owner on the stream, is like, I never heard about this, and obviously there's nothing you can do to make sure everyone
We're
knows
at
if they
the
don't check their
final end
mail
of it now.
or whatever.
Yep.
So it sounds like they've already been notified, and some
Oh,
have
yes.
objections, and some
Yep.
have just been notified. That was my only reason raising the
I
concern.
was on the
just-
cover of the Community Advocate talking about it.
I
He
probably
was a
read it
star.
at the time. I probably,
appreciate
now
all
that
that
you
you
remind me,
did.
I remember it. I remember this. Anyway, I'm just, I think everyone in this room wants to be a good neighbor.
Of course.
So that's all.
So I assume the construction people will carry their insurance. That
Yeah,
means
yeah,
they
this
have
is
to
a,
be
this will
insured.
be a full bid build project. We'll have performance bonds, payment bonds, Office of Dam Safety oversight, Conservation Commission's oversight. I'll have on-site inspectors. I'll be there inspecting myself. I love doing that. We'll have certificates of insurance. Everything will be as I do on every single construction project.
Well, then, have fun.
Yes, I will.
Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
I really
You're
am.
welcome.
It'll be nice not to have this hanging over. And I wasn't even thinking about the 290 piece. I just had this like
Yeah.
fear of what catastrophic dam failure would look like.
Okay, so we need
Would you
to
like a
vote on
motion?
this. Oh, you're-
Yeah, we can vote, but just one more question. Scott, I heard you say the deadline for the grant is March 20th?
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry, when was the possible award date, or we would find out?
They typically notify you after July 1st.
Okay.
They have their preliminary budgets in their hand, and they have an idea of what money's left over from FY '26, so they don't know how much money they have yet, so they'll typically
Right.
wait after the first of the fiscal year.
And then we have a warrant for the 250?
Correct.
Right, and then I assume if, worst-case scenario, we don't get the grant, that 250 is just,
It just sits there and they go again. We meet with the
That's what I'm saying, we
awarding
just try
authority.
again.
What did I miss? What did I not do right? And we do it again and hopefully get it.
okay.
okay.
That's all, thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to authorize the submission of an application for the Environment and Climate One-Stop Grant Program for dam removal with respect to the Northborough Reservoir Dam, as presented by the Public Works Director.
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. John, how do you vote? Oh, wait, is there any other discussion? Okay, John, how do you vote? Aye? Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you very much for this and all the other information you gave us tonight. Okay, so now we move on to the pay-as-you-go. Yeah, okay, so do you have
Yeah, we were,
suggestions?
Jason, Jason and I were here, what, I don't know, a month ago?
Two meetings
Two days ago, and you asked us to do a little more, a little deeper dive on, as opposed to just bag price and double prices. So the attached memorandum was developed. I know it was delivered a little late, but I think the tables can be summarized pretty quickly by Jason.
So what was in your packet was from a former meeting. They just passed out a copy of
Yeah,
their
so-
new.
So we'll walk through that memo if it helps. You can follow along with it. So again, the reason we began talking about this, or from my perspective, was our budget shortfall this year that we're trying to close. And one of the suggested ideas that's been brought up in a number of different forums was the potential to raise bag fees. And this would be some way to move us along toward closing the remaining $633,000 that we're seeking to close in our budget model. And then knowing, how much more we're closer to that will help us move forward with the plan for the remaining amount. So again, at the February 9th meeting, I believe it was, or where we first met with you, then February 23rd, we discussed the 1.33 million, where the board updated its free cash plan to allow $700,000 additional to be used toward the operating budget. So that's where the 633 came from. And if you recall, the ideas that were brought forward, as potential levers that we could pull at the last minute would be adjusting the OPEB contribution, this pay-as-you-throw trash fees to reduce the general fund subsidy to the enterprise fund, and then adjusting local receipts as the remaining backstop. So again, the solid waste fund operates as an enterprise fund. So whatever shortfall it has that's funded through it doesn't need to be fully funded with fees, but an enterprise fund does have to have an explicit subsidy voted to it if the general fund's covering it. that's why we're talking about it. It's an explicit line in our budget model. And right now, it's 691, based on the $1.4 million solid waste budget. So going forward, we have a table with the current fees listed in it, and the most prominent ones in here are the small and large trash bags that residents purchase from retail establishments in town and neighboring towns. And we have following that, we have a table showing the where the revenue sources for the fund come from on the second page of this memorandum. As you can see, 2025, we collected $578,000 of revenue, and $550,000 of that, the source of that was the bag fees and bulky item labels. And
You'll see the budget, I'm sorry, Jason.
No, go ahead.
The budget from FY '24, the second to last column from the right, went from 1 million to 1.3 million. That was the year that we went out and solicited a new contract. That's when we transitioned from Republic to E.L. Harvey. That was not the most competitive of bidding environments due to the structure of our program.
What does that mean, do the structure of our program?
We have bags without totes. A lot of collection contract companies are going directly to totes because they don't want their staff to get out of the trucks due to safety concerns.
And we're moving towards that, right? We have to prepare for that.
Not currently, no. The more we go along in the process, or the more years that go by, eventually when the smaller companies are replacing equipment, they're going to replace their manuals with automated.
Yeah.
And then the smaller the company you have to go to. So, Republic is a giant nationwide company like Wind Waste or something like that, and Harvey's a little bit smaller, and there's another smaller one, so
So for
eventually.
the foreseeable future.
Yes.
We don't need, okay,
Right.
good.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
So the next table on page 3 is the fund results annually that compares the actual revenues, and there's a listing of the expenditures for the year, the actual expenditures of the year. The comment was made at the last meeting. We provided a table with the budget, but these are the actuals that follow the budget. So this is basically the mechanics of the calculation of the fund balance that's available to apply to it to balance the enterprise fund budget. And then the most important thing, and the reason we're here tonight, is to talk about the projections for how much additional revenue we could potentially raise. And again, it's not necessarily the most scientific method, but we applied some assumptions and came up with some ideas for how much various points of raising the fees, how much additional revenue would be raised.
So this table is, I believe, what you guys were looking for. This is
Page
like
3.
Page 3, the bottom, FY '27 pay-as-you-throw bag price projections. You'll see FY '27 budget's always the same. The revenue's always projected at 550, but then the bag price increases incrementally 10% till you get to 50, and then 75 and 100. So that's where our projections are. We assume there was going to be a 2.5% reduction in participation. Incrementally, as you increase the prices, people are going to start transitioning over to private hauler, maybe because it's more financially logical for them to do. Maybe it's out of spite, who knows? But there'll be a transition. So the revised revenue budget considers both of those. Considers 2.5% loss of bag sales, but a 10% price increase, and that continues on down.
Yeah, I think the issue is that it's been some time since the fees have remained the same for some time. So we don't really know where the point is that somebody would make the decision that the convenience of $55 a month private hauling service would outweigh the cost savings of using the town program. We don't know exactly where that point is. But, so we wanted to build in some flexibility for the fund, so we're not turning around next year and asking to fill a deficit or something like that. So the idea was to assume some, not a straight line of, you know, where if we doubled the fees, that we'll collect double the revenue. There's some assumption there that we're going to see how it goes for a year.
Okay, so questions, comments? Jacob?
Thanks for giving us this info. One thing I would ask, and this is, we just got it, and so the public doesn't have it in their packet. It would be super if at some point we could get the packet amended or somehow get so the public has the same info if there's no objection to that. That's just my thought. Really appreciate you getting this to us. I kind of wanted to read what I think is like the most important thing in here, which is the last sentence under the conclusions. A timely decision on raising fees would definitely assist in determining a direction in closing the budget gap for fiscal 2027 as time is becoming scarce. I think we all know that. I understand that the days to solve these problems are diminishing. One quick question I had that I might have missed it, but of our estimate of 550K, do we have even like a gross idea, like high level? What I mean is like, doesn't have to be exact, of the breakdown between small bags, big bags, and
Stickers?
The labels?
the labels?
Yeah, I can give you a very rough idea.
Yeah.
And we can't drill down to the exact details of this. And I'll tell you why. It's because we operate on a cash basis with these funds.
All we know is how much the store's buying. We don't know how much they're selling.
Exactly. So in the prior year, I looked up this data, and it was basically, it was 60/40 small to large.
Okay, and then the big labels are,
And the labels are fairly insignificant. It's somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 a year in that neighborhood.
the reason I'm kind of just trying to get a big picture view of that. If it was 10%, 90%, that may matter. If it's 60/40, it may matter less. Is because the chart, and I understand why, has just a price increase percentage. That would assume we applied, say we picked 10% or 40%, it would be 10% on the $1.50 and 10% on the $3. But maybe the board wants to say, well, don't do the exact same percentage on each of them, say maybe $3 to $4.50 and $1.50 to $2.50, which is a different percentage. So it's not gonna match up to a line on your thing. I assume you guys could do an estimate if we gave you something like that?
I would think we'd probably, make it to a reasonable number.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to charge, $16.42. Maybe you go $16.50.
I like the round numbers, just
Yeah,
for
right.
simplicity, myself.
And because this was provided so late, the expectation wasn't that we were gonna, have a really in-depth, nuts and bolts type of conversation. If the board wants the time to digest it, when we come back on the 23rd, that'll be a long meeting, I know. And you guys can provide some inquiries beforehand. We're happy to come back and, be prepared with whatever answers you need.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together. I guess my initial reaction when I looked at it was the subsidy reduction. Granted, you've got in there, right, losing some of the customer base because they're gonna maybe transition over to the private hauler. It kind of didn't seem like maybe the magic bullet that you kind of maybe think it would be. Obviously, any amount helps, but those aren't fairly, at least looking at them, like a significant amount of money, unless you do upwards of 75 to 100%, turning a $15 thing of bags to 30. Then you're getting, $375, 400, maybe upwards of 400 if you round up a little. But, yeah, I guess that was my sort of initial reaction to it, was like, these numbers don't seem as substantial as I kind of thought they would be, at least in my own head. I don't know how everyone else kind of thinks about it. And then that final table on page 4, that's showing the private service on the far right. could you just, sorry, would you mind just walking me through sort of what that final column?
Oh, sure. Yeah, this was to try to develop like an idea of like what the comparison would be between, various levels of users of the program versus what somebody would, with a similarly valued home that participates with the private hauler instead would be paying, and compare those, those various prices. So, again, we came up with a profile for a heavy user of the program. I don't know how many people out there use 3 large trash bags a week, but that cost at doubling the fees would outweigh the cost of using the private hauler. So that's the kind of the consideration that we wanted to take towards, mapping out some of these models. The average user, we took from some data and we backed into that number. So pretty much we wanted to say, hey, are we going to suggest something to you that's going to just steer everybody to the private hauler and imperil the program and in general? But I think the average user is probably relatively representative of the average user in town.
Okay. And then the private service column, and forgive me, why does that number sort of change? Like, what is that assuming? Why is that number?
Because of the subsidy dropping. So it's the tax subsidy, like their exposure to the tax subsidy plus the monthly cost. Yeah, and I know this is a long memo. There's 7 pages here. So the paragraphs above it explain the methods of where those numbers came from.
And the $55 a month for the private hauler, I know, was there a recent increase in that rate or expected increase, or is that current rate?
I think that's the current rate.
That's the
Is that
current rate,
correct?
but they do increase it annually.
Okay,
No, I don't monitor it annually, but I expect it to go up.
gotcha. So, right, so if you're, depending on level, you could increase these things where essentially now you've pushed everybody to the private hauler. And then Jason, in your estimation, as best as you can put a yes or no on it, do we have to increase the price of bags to avoid an override?
Well, no, I mean, there's the
This year?
I think it would be wise.
Okay.
I'll say that way, that this would be a wise choice.
And I have a follow-up question to that. What % would you increase?
Factor of 2, is that?
I'd probably,
You can say it.
the 75% here,
Okay, yeah.
that's what I would suggest.
Well, okay, so somebody help me if I'm probably doing the math wrong. The average user on page 4, if we increased it 100%, the average user is spending $58 more per year, right? 272 minus 214? Now, the heavy user, that family is about $400 more per year, right?
I don't know a lot of families that use 3 large bags a week. I mean, that's like
Right, it was,
after Christmas and you forgot Thanksgiving. That's a lot of bags. It's
Okay, all right, so we can go with the average and at 100%, yeah, okay,
So,
check my math.
well, no, I want to check for understanding. So on page 4, what you're doing is, when you see average user and heavy user, you're doing that net of the tax impact reduction to show what the net would be. That's why it's just not the math.
correct, that's the math.
That's
It's
the net,
yeah.
okay. I think, a couple things. I think one is, have we done any sort of reach out to the community in any surveys or anything that said why people don't sign up for trash? I suspect it to be 2 things. I suspect it to be, one is the bin. I think people like the bin, a big 90-gallon bin, it's easy. And the second, maybe bag quality. So like, those are 2 reasons that I've asked people in the community, because I expect this to be something that has the neighbor effect. When you go and you walk around your neighborhood and be like, hey, aren't you on the select board? like, all of a sudden they know you're on the select board because they're paying more for bags, and you're like, yeah. So I think there's an element of, and I mean, Mike and I share similar views, I think, like, in terms of protecting residents' taxes. I'm trying to get to a point, and I don't see myself favoring a double or 75% increase. I think we get there incrementally, but I'm trying to get to a point where I can get my head around it. And if the private haulers have raised their prices, which it does seem they have, and there's value that you get if you use, there's economic value using our pay-as-you-throw. Like, what is the outreach we need? Do we need, I mean, Steph, one of your special skills is, like, you're really good at the media stuff, and you're really good at the, like, is it sort of like one of those things that we need to think about, like, an awareness campaign, to try to, I mean, there's an opportunity to do the different aspect we're talking about, how much we lose, how much will we gain? Like, how much will people see, hey, we've got something that they value the pay-as-you-throw more than we have today because we adjust the program or we get feedback and we make people aware. And I think the hardest one will be to do the young families that just want pure convenience because they're trying to survive. And they're like, I'm paying whatever it costs because I won't have to think about buying bags. But, like, there's a lot of the community that's looking at their dollars pretty closely right now. Just trying to figure out if there's any way we can get there in a way that can help maybe the program.
I'm seeing it right now, Oscar the Grouch. I mean,
Look at this is the skill. That's right. You've got it. We've got the whole thing.
yeah.
But no, I mean, I don't know. That's just some thoughts. Like,
Wait, who's playing Oscar?
well, uncanny resemblance. It's the beard.
Someone over here has one too, so.
Look to my right first. So anyways, there's some thoughts. I mean, none of this, I know we're still trying to work through this thing, but just trying to figure out a way we can kind of, if there's any creative options to try to make this more.
Did you guys think about that, if we tried to ramp it up?
And promoting the program will help, but it's not going to be a dollar for dollar assistance. I mean, the only thing we save on would be about half of our collection cost.
Yeah.
Which we know it's about $350, let's say. So collection 700, it's half recycling, it's half solid waste. The half that's recycling includes disposal, so there's money in that. So you save on the collection of 350. And then the disposal of solid waste is about another 350. So you got three 350s. Two of them are unaffected by more customers because you just got to pay to deal with more of their materials. So for every dollar you sell more of bags, you're realizing 33% more revenue. 33 cents more revenue.
Yeah.
That's kind of the,
Yeah.
nutshell kind of way to think about it. I mean, it helps. It helps, but it's not like Mike said. It's not this, oh my goodness, I wish I had gotten double the bags, double the revenue,
Right.
And just looking at the 75% increase, like, I mean, that's taking a $15 set of bags and going to like 26, 25. I mean, that's fairly significant. Even to get a significant reduction in subsidy, even if we're lowballing it here and it's actually more to the individual resident, that's still a significant increase. So I'm just kind of thinking.
But if it helps with the budget shortfall,
Right, I mean, that's obviously, that's the push and pull, right?
I'd like to keep those separate because having viewed all the financial planning committee meetings, I think we can get there in fifth. And I know the prudence in which you advise, but I still think we can get there without the pay-as-you-go trash. I'm not saying we shouldn't make this decision and run towards it, but I think we can still hit our budget with keeping this the same.
we can.
Well, see, we haven't done it yet, but based on what I saw, based on the votes I saw for the financial planning committee, if I took all those as a no, and we'll see what we get from the select board on the warrant articles, yeah, I think we can get there.
But we don't know how town is going to vote on those warrant articles.
Well, if it's zero, I'm talking the 5 zeros and the 4 ones and.
Yeah.
And if agreed, and I don't know if we ever got an answer, if we're unanimous on, if the committee's unanimous on not recommending something, and we're unanimous on not recommending something, do we still bring that warrant to town?
That's up to you guys. You have that free will to do whatever, because you're responsible for the warrant and bringing it to town meeting.
Yeah.
So if you think, I mean, like I said before, if there's something that you think could go either way, then I would bring it to town meeting.
Right.
But
What did Grafton increase it by?
It was 75 and 88%.
Yeah,
Respectively.
they were toying with between 75 and 100%. I don't know if they landed on a number yet.
Yeah, they did.
They did, okay.
Yeah, they eliminated, they intended to eliminate their subsidy, so they increased it to 75% and 88% for,
Okay.
What does that mean in bag fees?
Like $6 a big bag.
yeah, they were about the same as what we had to begin with, so.
More market research from Grafton resident. I'm working Marlboro, so I got some Grafton resident friends that I educated them on their bags going up. So I think they were surprised. So I don't, that's their problem, not my problem.
Also my problem.
Not your problem. So
It is, I live
do you
there.
use the page and throw in?
I do.
And
I
yeah,
do.
no, I knew this. There's a method to the madness.
Yeah.
So the what I've heard anecdotally, and I was going to ask one of my friends to bring it to work, was that the quality of the Grafton bag is better than the quality of the Northborough bag. Is that a true statement, or
No, it isn't. It's the same
they're
bags.
both that flimsy, junky stuff that
It's the
falls apart
same
when you
bags,
try to
yep.
bring it to the street?
Sometimes.
Like one vendor that
There's
does
only
them,
two
or-
companies that make it, and everybody buys it from one.
All right.
Because it's the one that's that much better than the other one.
Okay, I
They
wasn't
at
sure.
least make it scented.
I mean, you don't grab it by the handles. You hug it like a,
No, I bring my trash out to the street, I put it in, and I'm like, hey, I'm compliant, now take
Yeah,
it. So, no, I get it. So, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so Grafton is going up. One question, so right now, the average user, it's $214 a year, correct? And if you had a private hauler, you had a graph somewhere that compared.
Yep. So
They had the private hauler. Wouldn't the average user be paying more for the private hauler than the bags?
correct, yes.
So to your point, John, I would say that probably the inconvenience of having to buy these special bags, and remember at Wegmans at the end to say, I need my bags, or go to Rockies, is might be one of the reasons people go with the private hauler. Is there any way we can open up where people can buy these bags?
We did a townwide, not townwide, but a business-wide mailing 2 years ago. We got nobody. Nobody. And we even, like, I talked to them when I went into a local store, you know, I went, hey, any interest in something? No. No.
I would sell them.
I mean-
People- That's how you get people in.
We do, we
didn't
sell
we
them
used to
downstairs at
sell-
DPW.
Do you still sell them here?
Oh, yeah. Come on down after the meeting.
Any samples?
Yeah, any samples, yeah.
Just the torn.
I mean, I'm not suggesting this, but when we approve business licenses, we can make it a condition of a business that they offer these. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a good idea, but I'm just saying, we control those licenses, and we can say, we'll grant that license if you be a pass-through for this on other. Anyway, there's ways to solve the distribution problem that are within, I think, our authority. I'm not saying, let's go be heavy-handed with people. But my big picture comment is, I heard our finance director say it's wise to raise the prices. The way I look at it, to my friend Mr. Ray's point, is let's do both. I understand that maybe the math is going to work out. I watched the same financial planning committee meetings, and I know what their current recommendations are. I don't know what our recommendations are going to be, but I can see a scenario where perhaps in some savings on some capital items, we can get the elephant taken down to zero, to use my very tired metaphor, with those. But to me, I don't see the whole problem just being getting today's need for an override down to zero. That is phase one of the issue. Phase two of the issue is, we saw our finance director's problems for the future years, which we're sort of putting off a little bit by the 700,000 that we approved last meeting of reserves from free cash not carrying over to last year. We're going to have a problem next year. This solution or partial solution addresses the issue this year. It also addresses the issue next year. It also addresses the issue every year in the future. Because it's not just a one-time Band-Aid, it's a structural fix in the right direction, I think it's something we should do this year. I'm in favor of 50%, Take the $3 to $4.50, the $1.50 to $2.25, and the $10 to $15. At the 15, I think you're still getting a screaming deal on the bulk
Yeah.
items.
That should be
I'd maybe even say
25.
20. If the chair wanted to propose 20, I'd go with that too. But I think the main discussion, because the bulk of the hit to people's pocketbooks is coming out of the large and small bags. And I am very, very sensitive and conscientious of, there are going to be people with fixed incomes who are going to say, you did what to my, cost here? I don't have a way to make that up somewhere else in my budget. I get that. I get that. I hear that. I know, I understand that. And I'm sorry to those individuals who would be affected by this. I know that on the federal side, older adults got some federal relief in the form of some deductions that are only available for people over a certain age now. Maybe that helps them, maybe it doesn't. There's other things that we're doing to try to help older adults, but this bag change is independent of how old you are. It depends on how much trash you use. And what I've yet to hear in all of our discussions is a justification that makes sense to me of why residents should be paying for this service if A, they can't even use it in the case of some apartment situations and a few other limited residential areas that I understand couldn't use this service if they wanted to, but they're paying for it. And two, the ones who choose not to use it, why they should also be paying for it in addition to their own trash removal. No one has given me a good reason for why the people who are paying for their own trash separately need to also be paying for the people who use this program. If the issue is we need more relief for folks on a fixed income or older adults who may be, strapped in that way, then let's talk more about that. But I think this is a wise, to use the director's word, approach to change a fee that hasn't been changed in a long time. And I think by going up 50%, we're doing less than what he's recommended, which was 75. So
Oh, I knew I was going to be on the spot for that.
we're doing less than he recommends, and we're doing less than at least one other data point neighbor is doing. And so now we'll look inexpensive compared to them. That's just one data point, and I'm not trying to overemphasize that one. I think that the 50% is reasonable independently of whatever other towns are doing.
I certainly see the argument. I would just say, right, there's a lot that we pay for as a community that you don't necessarily get immediate value out of, right? And you could pick and choose whatever you want, schools or whatever. People who live on private roads don't get a break on their property taxes because they don't have, plowing or salting, and they got to go and pay for that. So there's other aspects where we're all paying for something to all get sort of a collective benefit from it. Again, it's telling a family of six, whether it's a growing family or a senior on fixed income, that your bags are going to go from $15 to $26 or $30 if we do 100%. That's a lot to swallow for a subsidy reduction that, to me, just doesn't look that significant. And I understand we have to, you have to go somewhere. But again, I'm just wondering, again, to that individual person and to the 15% that pay for the private hauler, God bless you. Like you could go ahead and pay that $55 or whatever it gets increased to in the future to pay for that. But there's a lot of people where they can't afford that, right? They're utilizing the bags. Trash pickup is sort of something you always think of as, I know not every community offers it, but sort of as that community need. And there's other aspects of things that people, there's plenty of people who don't have kids in the school system, yet we all see the benefit to that. Being able to keep seniors on a fixed income and families, in Northborough to be able to afford their trash pickup, I think is important. It doesn't help, obviously, with the levy, with staying under 2.5 and an override, but when you pass stuff through the tax base, you're also passing it through the commercial and industrial. So you're not just saying, okay, those 15% that are on the private hauler have to pick up a little bit, but also Wegmans, St. Gobain, or Shoppers World landowner, St. Gobain, the property owner of Amazon, all their commercial industrial taxes are going towards this, if you're passing cost on to the bags, you're passing cost directly on the residents. So that's kind of, I don't want to do an override, so I'm kind of arguing, right, with myself a little bit, but I can go both ways. Taking the subsidy reduction for what it is, it's fairly small. Where could we find room in the budget to make sure we don't hit an override this year? And if anything, just maybe not raise bag prices for another year or two. Things can change, facts on the ground can change, right? And that may force my hand or whatever in raising fees, but it seems like to make it have punch, you have to really increase the amount of those bags, which for some people is kind of cost prohibitive. Now we're just gonna end up with more stuff in the recycling, and now a recycling load becomes a trash load that we all have to pay, or, you end up, I guess recycling is actually sometimes more than the trash, but then you dump a load of recycling.
It ends up in trash barrels.
Right.
CVS, municipal buildings, parks, next to dumpsters. I mean, that's just where it ends up.
Right, and we're here to make hard decisions, right? That if it was easy, somebody else would have been able to solve it, or not controversial. So, we have to do what's fiscally responsible. But I would, as far as making a decision tonight, I'd kind of like to see where the budget ends up. And if this is like hey, we need to break glass in case of emergency, I'd be more comfortable with raising them at that point. Right now, not so much, but I would like to hear what everybody else thinks.
I think my perspective's been continually test myself on this one because I share your bias. I agree with Jacob's point on the do both piece. I do think we can get through this year without the pay-as-you-throw doing a massive increase when we get in revenue, but it doesn't solve the problems of the being not profitable, and it doesn't solve some of the structural problems we have with our finances. I would be supportive of a small increase. When I say that, I mean like $1 a large, $1 a small, and 25 to the bulking. And I think that could help people judiciously try to be able to manage their expenses without it being a sticker shock where you go to the supermarket and you're like, why is my bill so high? And the trash bags is a piece of it. So it's not, I don't love the idea this program's running like with subsidies in multiple places. I'd like to see it a bit more clean, but I also don't want to double the price of what we do to our residents. That's just my perspective.
Okay, so you're saying no increase right now?
Right, and I know I'm not trying to be cute about it, but right this second, I'm not sure if I'm there, but, if in another meeting, we're at a point where it's like, no, it's override or increase the bags, that may be different, but sort of right at this second, I'm not there yet on raising the bag price.
Okay, Jacob is at 50%.
Yeah, but if it meant I could get Mr. Ray's support, I think I wrote down that you said large from 3 to 4, which is a 33% increase on the large. And then small, I think you said add $1, 150 to 250. Did I get that right? I mean, if it meant now I got 2 votes, I would go for that one.
What percent would you be then? Because
It's a different percent for each one. And then I think you said 25 on
So
the
if you
bulk.
believe the math, that 60% of our 60% is small. The small increase is 1 divided 2.5. That's 40% increase on the small for 60% of our bags, 33% increase on the large, which are 40% of our bags, and then bulk items bring them up to a closer market rate 10 to 25. And I think that's a step, and I think it gets us there. We're still on the grid with comparable towns where we're not on the highest end, but we're in that spot where we can justify the step we took. That's my perspective right now.
Okay, so 40% on the small, 33% on the large. Okay, what about you?
I like that idea. I like that it's a small step. I like that it's going to cut away a little bit at the deficit of the program. I would like to get closer to it, but I don't want sticker shock. So I like the proposal that Jacob and John have proposed.
Do we know overall what that would equate to?
I'd have to run them.
It
Yeah,
looks
we'd have
like
to
it's
run it,
probably,
But if you move to do it,
Looking at-
we would run the numbers.
yeah,
So
you'd run the
we-
numbers, but it looks to me just based on I'm sorry to jump in if I can. based on, you had a 40% across the board increase was connected to, again, and I understand the caveats of the estimates, 110,000. So with a weighted somewhere between 30 and 40, it sounds like it would be about 100,000.
What you can't do is just take the increases we talked about it and apply it to the to total revenue, right? You've got to factor it down. Like, when I did it, like, one way to do the math, I don't think this is the right way, but, if I looked at one of your charts on what our revenue was, it was like 500, I've got too many numbers in front of me, but can you point me where I should look at that? Maybe it's
What are actual receipts?
550, the annual revenue estimate. You can't just take that weighted average between 33 and 40%, call it 37%, and times it
Yeah,
by.
It would come in somewhere in that
So
neighborhood, yeah.
that's closer to 200,000.
Oh, wait.
So if you're increasing small by 40% and large by 33,
Yeah.
Can I
you end
ask,
up at like $20, going from 15 to 20.
can I try to get a
Yeah,
really
somewhere
important
between
clarification here? Because I thought you said, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, it would be somewhere between the 82
So-
and the 110, I think.
150, adding $1 to 250, that's a 67% increase.
Right,
Oh,
Right?
right, it's
Yeah,
more.
so that's more than the one that I was saying with 50, which is I was like, I'll go along with it. He wants
Wait a
to
minute,
propose
is that
propose a
right?
higher number.
Right, if it was a
Because
dollar, then
$1
yes.
on 150 is 67%.
no, I thought it was 250 per bag. It's 150?
$1.50, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I was using 250.
Right.
yeah.
And we also don't sell them individually.
Yeah, so,
right? They're
so
only-
bring it to
so-
250 and forward, thank you. I did 1 over 250, it's 1 over 150.
I just want to be clear, I was,
Yeah.
with my 50% and 50%, I was only saying go 150 to 225.
Yeah, I was going 250 and forward, $1 on each.
I'm also okay with that, but just so you know,
Because- yeah.
yours is a higher increase to the small one and a smaller increase to the big one.
And what it does is it buffers it for the people that have families and the people that are gonna get basic trash service that only have one small bag. It does a cost that's modest for trash and recycling per week. Then I'm hearing from people that have sat here before us that they use a small bag a week, and that's the norm for some, doesn't represent the whole town. But I'm trying to go and try to buffer some of the costs for families. And not get heavy on the seniors or fixed incomes, but that was kind of like the idea.
We're happy to run the numbers and include the bulk sticker increase, albeit not a lot. It's something, and our bulk stickers are very low, John, you're right.
So,
Okay, so,
Can I give one more comment?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know I don't shut up. One other thing that kind of goes into my overall way I'm looking at it, I'm just recall, and we're not done talking about it, but like, just to take an example, the Assabet Hill repaving and drainage repair project. I don't know about you all, but like, I must have had 10 to 15 emails from residents who are impacted by that. And that active involvement, engagement from those affected people weighed a ton on me. And I was like, yeah, that's a lot of coordination to get probably the entire hill probably send us emails. We've been talking about the bag increases for a couple of meetings. I don't know about you all, but I haven't got a single email from a resident that says, don't increase my bag prices. Maybe I'm just gonna spark that now that they've heard me say that, but like, if this is really that important, tell us. But I haven't heard them tell me that yet.
yeah. So, what I'm hearing is that we're going to ask you to do some numbers again and discuss
Just for clarity, what numbers are we modeling?
the,
I heard
raising the
a
small
dollar.
bags to 250.
Raise the large bags
Dollar
by
each.
$1, small bags by $1, bulk stickers from 10 to 25.
Can I just make a motion and see if we could pass it today for the interest of, I mean, Jason is juggling, Mr. Director Little is juggling a bunch of uncertain numbers. And every time he does that, he has to say, these numbers are uncertain. And so I get that point. And actually, I'd like to make a motion, but before I would, like, I completely hear and understand what my friend Mr. Chijin is saying. One thing I wonder, because I know one of the things that we've talked about that's not settled is OPEB went from proposed 600 like we've done in the past to, it was cut to 300 in the current model, and we discussed a possibility of cutting that to 0 or to something more than 0. And I remember I said something like, cutting it to 0 feels bad. I don't want to cut it to 0. Cutting it to something more like 150 sounded like more palatable, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, those aren't the only two options to look at, but between those two options, do you feel better taking OPED down further or putting it here? Or it's okay if you don't want to, like.
No, I
commit to
mean,
that.
if we can cut OPEB to $100,000 and not raise someone's bags to $20 or $25, then yeah, I'm gonna take that off, and that
Okay.
gets us out of an override. I'm still, and I'm sorry, I just didn't get a chance to write it down and listen. What were we looking at, maybe making a motion or modeling the increase? It was $1 per bag for which ones?
For the small ones, so that ends up being like a 67% increase for small. And then, $1 from $3 to $4 on the big one, so that's a 33% increase. So math master here could do the weighted average of those, 33 and 67, but it's gonna be, I think, somewhere close to the.
It'll be just about 50%.
About
With
the-
the 60-40 rate, it's gonna be like 52, 53%.
So it looks like it'd be in the ballpark of 137. That could be inaccurate, but somewhere in that range based on the chart. Is that
Yeah, sounds.
about right?
I think that's
You
about
might,
right.
you might hit 150 with the bulk sticker
Yeah.
increase.
Oh, right, and that.
Yeah, it's a step.
And don't forget, we already cut stabilization as well.
Yes. We're running out of
If we
things.
don't do anything with this, it's more into the reserves. And we have to think of the future next year. It's gonna be just as tough.
Yeah.
What's your
Tougher.
recommendation?
My recommendation is to do something. I think this is a start, and to your point, or I forget who said it, but it's a structural increase that will keep going year after year. So we'll have some sort of revenue coming in. I would definitely do something, and this, like I said, this is a start. And I think it's fair,
I think it's fair.
yeah.
So I'll fall on the sword here, I guess, and make the motion for a $1 increase effective, I guess.
Before we
Yeah.
make a motion,
We can still discuss after I make it too, just so you
I
know.
just I want to support this, but I just, is waiting till the next meeting gonna really cause trouble for you from a budgeting perspective? I mean, do we want to gather any more feedback before making this decision? Or do we go with the fact that nobody has commented?
We can provide the projection based on hard numbers. I mean, you've given direction on what those numbers are. It can be a simple, couple paragraph memorandum, not quite 7
Yeah,
pages,
I
but
mean-
maybe 1 page. It just says, here it is, boom, 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 and here's
I think
the
you
result.
provided us, I mean, there's a lot to work through in the numbers, but I do think on page 3 of 7, you provided us a ballpark estimate that we can use to make an informed decision without trying to get more precise. I feel like you've
Right.
done that. I feel like it's just navigating, this came late, and navigating the tables just
Yeah.
wasn't as obvious to me on how to get there. But I feel confident in that 150-ish floor, that this would get us there. And despite, and I do want to scrutinize what comes back in appropriations of financial planning, and I want to have a sharp pencil on all that too. And then if we can afford to not cut into reserves or have a tax break for folks this year, those are things that are exciting. Like I am getting, as we talk through this in meetings, and I feel like we should do both. I don't think it should be wait till we get to what the
Okay.
roll-up is personally. Just listening to all the financial planning meetings, and that I just feel like we'll be okay on this budget, but it doesn't change all the problems we have.
Okay.
Right.
Somewhere we're gonna pay for it.
I mean, we still have the same problem.
At least if John makes a good point, we can come back with a number, but it's still gonna be an estimate.
Okay.
And what he's saying, we're in the 150 range is what you're gonna see the memorandum, likely.
No, that's fine.
Is
Okay.
there
I'm okay with that.
anyone who prefers to see the bulk number be 20 instead of 25? I'm just thinking a $20 bill is easier to find than a $25 bill.
Having had a
Everybody in my
hollow to
office.
my-
Everybody pays cash downstairs.
So is 25 is 20
20 is
easier
a much
to
easier number to manage,
to
yes.
manage?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm just,
Because of the taxpayers, thank you.
In that
Okay.
case,
I would like to respectfully move that, and this would be effective July 1, 2026? Okay, so effective July 1, 2026, that we adjust the bag fee for our solid waste program, pay-as-you-throw, from $4 from $3 to $4 for the large bag cost, from $1.50 to $2.50 for the small bag cost, and from $10 to $20 for the bulk item label.
Is there a second?
I second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by John. Mike, how do you vote?
Just one point of discussion, so that would increase the small bags from $15 to $25 for a pack, because we don't sell them individually. And then the large bags from 15 to 20. Small bags are 60% approximately of what we sell, large bags 40, the other 40.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I vote? No.
Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
Mike? John, sorry.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
You guys.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is, does anybody mind if we move up the establishment of the Economic Development Committee? Because I asked Rick Leaf if he could be here tonight.
Oh, is he here?
He's on the Zoom.
Okay.
He's on the Zoom. Maybe he's not on the Zoom anymore.
Oh, yeah, here he is.
And it's getting, it's really not 8 o'clock, it's 9 o'clock.
I know. I thought that. I was like, oh.
You were thinking we were moving along really fast, weren't you?
You shouldn't have told Laura. She's like, I feel refreshed.
Go all night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those of you watching, our clock has not been changed yet. Okay, so,
I thought you were changing the clock. Jim. I was gonna pay you. I was like, I was gonna
Give him, give him.
Lifesaver.
all right, so there has been many recommendations that we establish an Economic Development Committee over the years. And MPIC has been kind enough to a little bit of a history, and all of the parts of the master plan that called for potentially an economic development committee helping with those goals. And then we also have the matrix. I don't know if you were, I got mine printed out because it's wide and unprintable, but.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here, and maybe you would like to just summarize how the MPIC feels about an Economic Development Committee?
Sure. Basically, as Julianne said, the MPIC went through the master plan and tried to give current updates on the recommendations for those goals in the master plan that affected economic development. There's one section of the plan that was devoted completely to economic development. And in the land use section of the plan, there was also some recommendations related to economic development that had to do with the downtown area. So the memo that we sent to the select board basically highlighted those recommendations that were in the master plan that referenced economic development goals or activities. And within those, there were some that we felt were appropriate for consideration if an economic development committee were to be created. And so in our updates that we sent you in the memo, we indicated those particular recommendations that we felt could be appropriate for the Economic Development Committee to pursue. Sometimes we said they should pursue them in conjunction with someone else like the Cultural Council or the Planning Director or the Planning Board, depending on what they were. But the idea was just to lift from all of the recommendations that were in the master plan, those related to economic development. The committee is currently working on updates to the rest of the recommendations in the plan, and we'll follow up with a subsequent memo to the board for the balance of the plan. But we wanted to bring out the economic development recommendations first, just because we knew the board was considering the possibility of some sort of strategy in terms of increasing the town's participation in economic development activities. That's kind of the background as to why we sent you the memo the way we did.
And thank you very much for that. It was very informative. Okay, so let's discuss this. Any ideas, any thoughts? First of all, the question is, should we have an economic development committee?
I feel like from our near-term priorities in terms of getting the budget right, doing the work on the warrants, like for West Main, I just feel like the time now doesn't feel like the time. And this is from someone that's a proponent of the economic development. I think a clear charter is important, and I do appreciate Rick taking a stab at it. I think we're gonna have to work on that as a select board and what we envision. I think we have a lot of committees. It's like, how do we go and should we look at some of the other committees and see how an economic development could work? Like just creating a committee. Are there any committees that are underutilized and we could look to perhaps not scrub our committee list? So that's my initial reaction to it. Is I feel like the timing to put time and effort into this now is at a cost of other stuff, and I'd rather wait.
So when we first started to discuss this, didn't we have at least one resident say, I would love to be on this committee?
Oh, yeah. We've had people that have had interest and, we said it's an ongoing conversation and, yeah.
And this goes back to the prior board, right? We were talking about this.
I expressed interest before I was on select board in the library meeting. I was like, I'm all in.
Yeah.
But now I see it from this perspective here on the select board and trying to figure out how how to prioritize. And
So is your concern recruiting people to be on the committee? It's staff time? What is your?
I think my concern is the clear charter, not recycling the same people to be on the same committees, but look at what that composition needs to look like. I think that the charter needs to be super clear. And I think that this one has an opportunity to become a bit special interest. Not as third arm from some of the other stuff as I would like a true economic development. I mean, candidly, my perspective on economic development committee would be to make Northborough easier to do business with and see if we can address some of those problems we have with feedback and be really business focused on how we do that without looking at, getting into things that, changing zoning and doing these other things. It's more like, how do we get the businesses we want in Northborough to want to come to Northborough and say, okay, and that align with the things we want for our community. So this one, the charter is going to be so important to get correct that I get anxious about just putting it together and going at it.
In a quick discussion.
I think this one, to do it well, requires some real thought in the charter.
So to that point, I was going to recommend that we get Carrie Salwa from CMRPC, who did that presentation for finance and planning. I don't know if you were there.
Was that at the senior center?
Right.
I think I was on the ZBA when she did that one. I remember that.
Right, and it was, I thought it was very informative. And if we maybe got her back to kind of direct us in how to form a committee well, that might be a start. Get someone from outside to say.
Should we do that at no cost?
Well, CMRPC
We
is
do have
points.
tech credits, yeah, so we should be able to get her for free.
Meredith from Marlboro impressed me quite a bit. I mean, they're a city, we're a town, there's some structural things. But I look at some of the decisions we rushed to, one of the worst things we could have done was throw Saint-Gobain on a warrant without knowing our bylaws and being able to get in there and going to do a quick TIF. I would like to slow that down. So going fast on these things I think they have more risk than they have benefit. I think being really deliberate in how we do these things is going to be really important, specifically for something like an economic development committee where the charter is going to be critical.
Mm-hmm. And if there's a business improvement district involved, that's money from the businesses. And yeah, I see your point. Yes, Laura.
I also am a huge proponent and see the value in an economic development committee, and I definitely want to get to that point. I guess the thing that's kind of blaring in my head is that we don't have a lot of clarity into all the different groups that are fundraising between cultural council, community affairs, and economic development. I'd really like to have a better understanding about how because I don't want to end up canvassing all the same businesses for money over and over.
That's where I
Saturating
think
it.
a committee would be integral, because
know.
they're for the businesses,
Yep.
and, maybe we could combine things.
But I think I need more clarification on how it's all going to come together.
Yeah.
And all the pieces of that puzzle. So I like the idea of having Carrie come back out and talk about that. And, I agree, Meredith did a great job, and I've enjoyed learning about it. I don't know that I have I just need more information on how it's going to coexist with all the other efforts that we've got going on.
Yeah, I think Rick gave a good synopsis, because it's the master plan, the 2020 plan, and you look at, okay, what was put into that plan? Where are we now? What do we get from it? Then it's the downtown revitalization. And if you think about it, we have done a lot. We've done a lot with, our sidewalks, our streets, our downtown, even a TIF, economic opportunities. White Cliffs already, the Spark Hotel, at least that helps. So all of these things help, but it's good to gauge, what did we have for plans then? If we didn't meet the mark by now, why? What happened? So a lot of those aspects we have to take into account, and if we didn't get there, and we should have, then this committee can help get us there.
Well, and so remembering back to that meeting with the woman from CMRPC,
Yep.
it did seem like the consensus in that room was that there needed to be someone or some group to quarterback this stuff and be a point of contact for businesses and reach out and do that. And this would be an advisory board only, right? So they're not bringing and have no authority to put stuff on like a town warrant that doesn't
no.
go through the select board or anything like that. We've been talking about this, for the 2 years that I've been on the select board. I think there is some value in trying to get, and I certainly understand the discussion around, we have a lot of committees and we have a lot of openings and trying to find people to serve on stuff and maybe trying to find new people to serve in some capacity and maybe get fresh eyes and fresh perspective. I think all that's important. So the devil's always in the details, but I feel like we have to kind of go, you do have to kind of go somewhere and start something. I think a committee that's sole purpose is economic development, obviously that's broad, so yes, the details are important. But, that even goes beyond downtown or things like that. I mean, there's a lot of industrial and commercial space in Northborough that we could try and promote. There's a lot of empty storefront outside of downtown.
Yep.
And it seems like right now, there's not a one-stop shop for a business to go or for someone to go out and speak on behalf of Northborough to try and elicit things. And like any committee, they may come up with something or bring something to a select board, either this one or a future one, that we're not interested in or they're not interested in, and it doesn't go anywhere. That could happen. But it seems like we're not getting a whole lot now. And we don't really have the space, given our budget, to have a paid staff member do this and bring someone and put them on the payroll. So we would be looking for volunteers. Obviously, there'd be some staff time doing minutes and meetings and stuff like that and keeping track of stuff. But, I'd be okay with trying to move forward with something to try and get, right, and I kind of harp back to this, right? We want to grow our commercial industrial base to push more tax burden onto them, maybe without shifting the tax rate, right? Let's grow that percentage and try and get investment. We don't have a lot of buildable space left. It's all has either storefront or empty storefront. Let's try and get some investment there. And I think this is a step in that direction. There might be some overlap with existing committees and there might be some friction there. I don't know, sometimes in friction, you end up with a level of success. And I was gonna ask Steph, in your experience, have you seen committees like this or staff members dedicated to this that are successful, or, you seem to be a proponent of it, so you would think it was.
Well, it's funny, and now that I'm thinking of it, I'm gonna call the town of Holden tomorrow, because the same exact thing happened to us in Holden. We once had an economic development committee. It went dead for about 5 years. And a couple of business owners came to us and said, hey, you know, can we spark this up again? So we really didn't know how it would go, and it went really well. The businesses started working together, so there was a brewery in town. The brewery would work with another restaurant for big holidays. They would do, I got the idea of the Halloween, the trick-or-treating thing. That's what they came up with, so it was good exposure for all the businesses to get people out to their businesses trick-or-treating. What else did they do? They did a few things, but one of the things that came up too was not enough industrial business, so it did come down to zoning. So Holden had to relook at their zoning in order to open up those areas. Yeah, but actually, I'm curious now. I want to see how it still, if it still has that ammunition that it did.
I
But,
imagine those kind of get, you get busy and then you don't get busy, but,
right.
yeah.
It was more so an outlet for the businesses as well, and I think the businesses need that. They need a voice, someone advocating for them. But it's more than that too. It's how we decide to plan for our town and what's important and how we're going to get there. So, yeah, it can absolutely be beneficial, but it's just like anything else. If you don't have the right people or you don't have the right attitude and right, it could die, Just, yeah, we see that.
That's always a risk you take.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is, let's talk about it. You're for doing it now, and
Waiting.
you would like to wait.
Yeah.
You would like to wait. Jacob?
Thanks. A lot of things everyone is saying resonate with me as well. So without going into specifics, I'm not hot on it. I'm not cold on it. I have some reservations just in this space that I think can be addressed, that aren't like deal breakers. That in the space of, as I'm looking at, and I really appreciate Chair Leaf for giving us the information that he gave us, and that, and his board, his committee, of course, as well, which is behind that. As I go through some of the economic development goals and then subparts, economic development 1-1, 1-2, et cetera, from our master plan, I look at a lot of these, I'm like, well, gee, planning board really already covers that. Oh, design review committee already covers that. There's a lot of, as we've talked about, things that are being covered at least in part by some committees. Would there be value to have the unifying theory of economic development in town, which is this committee? Perhaps, possibly, but we're gonna have to figure out how does that interact with these other ones who are saying, well, I thought I was the one. I'm just, to throw out an example that's on the first page, cohesive identity and brand for downtown economic development goal 1-3, it's stated as underway. Design review committee may be like, well, I'm working on that, like, leave me alone, that's what we're doing. And I'm sure they wouldn't say it that way. But I wouldn't want to offend someone by creating a committee and then saying, your job is to do this, and then community affairs committee or planning board, they're elected officials, they're going to do what they're going to do, and we're not going to tell them what they're going to do. So, but because a lot of this points about zoning issues, we know just this year, planning board has come up with a lot of new zoning article changes. They certainly have the ability to continue to do that, including for economic development purposes. I think a lot of them are more in the residential space area for this year. But my point is I want to be careful that we don't put in a committee with people with a scope that I understand the point about overlap's not necessarily bad, friction's not necessarily bad. Sometimes we find solutions that way. But I just would want to think, be sure we've kind of make sure how everyone who's already on a committee who covers some of these things feels about it. And I'm not saying let's go have them all give us a memo like this. I don't know. That's back to my point. I'm not hot on it. I'm not cold on it. I could be persuaded to jump in. At the same point, I kind of think like my brain space is focused a lot on town meeting right now.
I agree.
As we were talking, like, and this has sparked some good, I think, some good conversation. A couple things came up, like, what we have been able to accomplish without an economic development committee since the master plan implementation work got underway is we've got White Cliffs, which we've been working on. We have Middle East Development, which is underway. We've got the Spark Hotel, which is referenced. We've got the Route 9 corridor study to try to understand any positive economic impact that may bring, and we contributed Northborough money to that. We approved spot alcohol licensing to be able to do more in the community, and Apple Fest is one example. I'm sure there's others we can do. I feel like if we prioritize well, we're doing these things in the way that we're operating, and it just comes down to a question is, there are things going back to what the charter needs to be the Economic Development Committee, and what that looks like is when even Mike characterizing what it could do, I'm like, well, I agree with that, I don't agree with this, and we should debate that. Like, the empty storefronts on Route 20 are definitely an issue, and developments that are done that no one's in, and there's a few to name. And then I think we are at our build-out industrial, like, I feel like we're kind of there, we got the corners kind of captured, so, like, and then I think it comes back to zoning, which we'll get, and then I could see where the Economic Development Committee could go awry, is they take Blake Street as a hobby, or they take something else, and, like, all economic development becomes more what people kind of, like, ideate on versus a good structure to work in a town.
Well, that's why the charge of the committee has to be very clear.
It does.
And with Stephanie's memo? when you look at
Yeah,
it?
that was old. That's from November. That's when you first
That was
asked me.
that's out of date.
That was
Do we
when
have
we,
anything new, newer?
no, because that's, we dropped the discussion there, so, I mean, and that was just a template, a example.
It's kind of the problem statement, Julianne. It's like the problem statement is like, we've got to get this charter really crisp, and there's good ideas, but like, the economic development can't be a catch-all for all the good ideas. Like, it's gonna be really specific on how it can help the town grow.
I also, I dropped the ball because I haven't run this by, I'm a liaison for community affairs and for recreation, which would both possibly be impacted, so I would like to just run this by them and just kind of get their feedback if there's adjustments that we need to make or be aware of. And then cultural council, I don't know if there's other committees, planning board, like, there's probably a little bit more research that we need to do just to kind of make sure that all the other committees that could touch this are aware.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting, in the matrix, it says, use events and programming to feature local business. This can include markets, pop-up retail, rotating restaurant programs. And then there's a comment from the chairperson of community affairs, or the past chairperson, Susie Sislika. This isn't something that they necessarily have authority over, but they have been doing a lot of
Yep.
outreach, both of
Yep.
those committees,
Yeah.
cultural counseling. And
Yep.
so I think it's a good idea to
Gather more information.
get their input.
And right
If I
along
could just
that,
make a comment also, I think someone brought up the point about the economic development function being a unifying aspect across the town. I think it's definitely true that a lot of different boards and people have done things to move forward with economic development. What we haven't got at this point is a unified position as where the town would like to go, what it would like to attract, and how it would like to do it. And I think either an economic developer, if the budget could afford one, or a committee, could act as a unifying force, and certainly the charter could specify that this particular committee did not work independently for economic development, but interacted with all those people that had a part, and maybe committee members would be represented by certain boards or organizations that had a key role in doing this. But this idea of a unifying approach across the town for economic development, I think is important. And I think a number of the different recommendations that came out around economic development kind of had that flavor to them, that it'd be a unified effort across the town to move forward with this. Right now, we've made some progress, but we're kind of getting what we get on an ad hoc basis. There's been very little we've done to sort of reach out on an organized basis to attract a particular kind of approach to economic development. So once again, I heard someone talk about a major goal of this approach would be to get a unified approach across the town for this. And I think that would be very important and also could be a major part of what the charter would specify for this group if it were established.
Thank you. And the other thing we have to figure out is, do we dissolve the industrial commission? I think there's an
I
industrial
think it's
committee.
self-dissolved.
We need it off the books, though.
Yeah, I know. I'll write that down.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, you know, maybe, right, it doesn't seem to be a consensus about moving forward with something right now. Right, as Stephanie, you said, this is left over from November, right? That was a while ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's something, maybe an idea you take a stab at updating or trying to come up with something very specific, hearing all our
Yeah, it was
feedback, and
good
maybe
that we
we
heard
discuss
from
after
Rick.
the town meeting stuff.
And I'll be happy to relay any information that I get from my conversations with the boards that I
Yep, that's good.
liaise to. I'll check with all of them.
And you'll reach out to Holden? and-
Yeah,
and
yeah, I'm just curious.
I'll reach out to Cultural Council. And I did a brief search of what other towns have. Westboro has an Economic Development Committee. I think Hopkinton does. A lot of towns do, so we can look to see how they model theirs. But, okay, so what I'm hearing is, yep,
Well, just one more thought, probably whatever you were gonna say, I was gonna agree with, but, one other just question that I would have that maybe we think about or the TA thinks about is, something came up recently on a committee that I'm on that made me think, does every committee have to be an OML committee? Because I know that the town administrator has the ability to, on her own authority, make an advisory committee whose only purpose is just to give her advice on something within her duties. And if I've understood OML correctly, those aren't always going to be subject to open meeting law. Now, I'm not suggesting have a secret committee. What I'm saying is there's a difference between having a committee that's formed and has meetings that are available to the public out of convenience and that accepts feedback from the public because that's what it's there to do, but forming it so it's not an OML meeting, which means you don't have to keep minutes, you don't have to do all the extra hard work of complying with OML that sometimes takes a lot of staff time. Again, not saying have secret meetings.
Well, that would be what I'm doing now.
So my just to make some thought for whatever this committee is, if it's smart to, maybe it's not smart to, but, you know, and we'll get to it in my reports, but in this other committee I'm in, which is an advisory committee, it was brought up that like, gee, part of our function actually would benefit from not advertising to everyone around exactly this conversation. You know, and so, okay, the answer to that is executive session if you're an open meeting law committee, but I understand not every advisory committee for the town administrator has to be subject to OML. Just something to look into and think about if it would be,
Like a working group or,
Yeah.
yeah.
just to, again, not to, it's less administrative hassle with the minutes, and then you may have a topic that isn't maybe the best for the town to have it widely talked about. If you're, for example, going after a certain company to attract a town, you may not want to advertise that, just as an example.
okay, so what I'm hearing is, we all want to do a little more thinking and research
Yep.
and
Thank you.
keep this topic alive.
I appreciate all your thought to put into it, and I am excited for when we get to vote on it when the time comes.
I have one question. Is it possible to hire a person for a year to get this? If we decide,
Is it possible that we'll have enough money?
No.
well, I'm trying to save on a permanent staff member, because I think, like, didn't Westboro hire
He did.
So, yeah, it was, actually, wait, Carrie works for, Clinton.
yeah, she lives in Clinton.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
And I think she, helps there as a resident, but,
But they pay her, though.
well, I don't know how that's set up, but,
Yeah, I feel like it's
just to have
subsidized
someone-
through, maybe CMRPC, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and I'm the CMRPC liaison, so I can, or if we'll talk about it later, how
Yeah.
we reach out to them.
Okay.
Okay. All right, are we okay with that then? Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Rick.
Okay. Yep, thanks for considering.
Thank you. Okay, so back to, review of annual town meeting warrant articles. Okay, so we got an updated one on our desks, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Whoops, yeah. Okay. And then you have the financial planning committee report as well, the thick one.
page 42 pages,
Yes, exactly.
but they're short pages, okay. good.
Yeah, if you turn to, let's see, if you turn to page 52, that's where the articles start, and there's descriptions on all of them.
Okay, but our job tonight is not to go through the articles and say, oh, we, want to vote on those. for
No,
recommendation.
I think next meeting, the 23rd, you'll have a lot more conversation.
That's the wrong side.
He's getting mad.
That didn't sound good.
I'll get it.
It's fine.
New
Everyone
carpet.
knows your mic.
Everybody knows who I am.
Everyone.
Okay, so tonight we just discussed whether or not to close the warrant,
Yeah.
and we really don't have to close it tonight. The pros of closing it would be that nothing comes in now at the last minute, but the
Right.
benefit of keeping it open is that
But we could
can
close
add
it and
on-
reopen, yeah.
Bartlett Street fine,
Yeah, we can close and reopen. Yeah,
or just keep open.
or just keep open.
What does close and reopen get us? Does it give us
So
more control?
closed, so for instance, if we just kept it open, and then we had like 3 more articles that somebody wanted, but then it takes research, and I have to go to council and find out this, so it takes time, so it's like, it's just crunch time right now, so, but, I
get
mean, I
that.
think by the time if we just waited another week, I think we would be fine. And that next meeting is when you have your joint meeting with appropriation, so I think it'll be good conversation. In the meantime, look at the warrant article list and start on page 52 of financial planning's descriptions, and you'll learn a lot about every article. He shows, John Rapper shows the vote, if they're recommending, in the funding source as well.
This is great. Is this online?
Jason, did John put it online, or no? Right?
No, we haven't. We just worked through it today, and we did discover that there was one quantum of vote that's incorrect in there on the street sweeper, but we'll need to correct that, but it's still a no, but
Okay, all right.
just the count of the vote was wrong.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just be clear about that, but no, this hasn't been put up online anywhere yet.
So the goal of this is not to educate us more than we are right now on the different articles. The goal is to look at the flow and then to determine whether to close it or keep it open. Is that the objective?
Well, I think it is to educate you on, this was all from their meetings for all of these capital items. So basically, any information that you could ask, hopefully it's in here
I've
already.
been in all of them. Like, I think
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah.
my question would be like, what's the use of our time here now? It's not to discuss as a group. Is it to discuss as a group each financial planning article? Or is it to just have this information so we can get more educated on it and look at how the articles are organized?
Yeah, and then I think next meeting would be a better meeting to deliberate on each article and vote.
Sure, okay.
Just one question, Steph. Article 18, the senior tax relief, is that the indexing up to the,
The 75?
75.
Yes, correct. Yep.
I'm not familiar with that one.
so that article allows for, it's not, I guess, it's a program we have in town, I guess it's not really well utilized, right, as far as people in town who use it, but for single seniors whose income is below a certain threshold, they can, what's the proper terminology, abate your property taxes until the property is sold.
Yep. Yep.
I think there's only maybe a few or a couple, if that, the people that utilize it. It was implemented by a town, or it had been in town, and then never really indexed. We indexed it up to like 73.
It was like, yeah, 72 or
But
73.
the number that they index off of, which is a state.
Equation.
I know I'm the one who asked about it. I should know
Yep.
it more off the top of my head, but.
No, but you're right.
That number went up from 73 to 75.
Right.
And so this is to, because we can't set an article to say, hey, just index it when this number comes up. We have to send it to town meeting every time.
Yep, to approve the increase.
Right, so it'll
Yep.
be increasing it from like the threshold from 73 to 75.
Right.
What is that threshold? What's that mean?
Income.
What's the terminology? It's
Yeah,
the
but is it 73,000, 75,000, 73%, 75%?
73,000. to
Okay.
75,000
Currently.
Income.
Yeah.
It includes all income, investment income, social security.
Probably, yeah. Total income.
I'm not gonna say yes or no, because I'm not positive
okay.
on that.
Yeah,
We can check.
Yeah, I forget what, I remember it went over in detail in the town meeting where it was raised.
Yeah.
But I don't remember the details of it. I think it's
Yeah.
whatever's on your, right, whatever your income is as a senior. I'm wondering if it's still sort of too low at that number, just because I think we only have like a handful, if that, of people who utilize it. And I think looking into it, I think other towns have had a higher number, like into the 80s or even into the 90s.
I know, but I feel like,
Does it
of
go
course, Jason just
to
left.
median income or something of the town?
Yes, I feel like we can only bring it to 75.
I think that's right.
So, of course, he just walked out.
Right, I
He would have
know.
known this.
You know more.
But maybe you could check if there's a mechanism to increase it, per the town.
Yeah, I think it's based on,
State.
yeah. So let me check on that.
All right, any other comments on, yeah?
someone tell me I'm wrong, please, but I think Article 17, I don't know that there's anyone talking about contributing anything to any stabilization
No, you're
fund.
right. And so the question is, should we keep it on there?
Cross it off. That's my opinion.
Okay. Or just pass over the article? I mean,
Passing over an article takes time. Deleting it takes less time. That's my opinion.
I do wonder if we need a record of this though, because
Yeah, no, I
Does
mean,
it-
put it on our meeting minutes for today that we considered it and took it off. That's the record. That's my thought.
I hear what you're saying. I guess if there's not going to be any long-term problem, if somebody wants to look back at it, why we didn't do it?
I mean, we've had 3 meetings where we've talked about
I
it.
know, but people at town meeting don't.
I mean, if someone makes a case for, keeping it on, adding to the stabilization fund.
Is anyone,
Listen,
here's an education point for me. How does a warrant article come to life? Like, someone has to go and get signatures and like.
That's citizens petitions.
yeah. So a lot of these are, well, Article 1 through Article 18 are standard articles that we typically have every single year. When you start with the Article 19, all the CIP, those change year after year. Because we have to have people vote on our revolving funds, on the water sewer enterprise, on, of
Oh,
course.
so that's to Mike's point about the senior tax relief. It's been on there continually, so you feel like you're probably educated on it.
No, it's actually, unless there's a change, which they're proposing the change to move it up to what it should be.
Yeah.
I don't believe that is typically on every single year unless we have to make a change.
Right, you wouldn't have to do it every year.
It's not an annual vote,
It's
I
only
don't
if that,
believe.
the amount determined by the Commissioner of Revenue for purposes of subsection K, section 6 of chapter 62, for a single person who is not head of household, is like, I guess, where that number comes from. It's some
Yeah, and-
Massachusetts,
Yeah,
yeah, it went up, so we could put an article to increase it Or we could not and just leave it at 72, I think is what it,
We can bring it up to what the new max is or.
which is
choose to-
75.
Yeah.
Got it. That's
Yeah.
clear.
So can I answer your other question?
Yeah,
So this isn't like a formal legal answer, but it's from our Massachusetts Select Board handbook that has been prepared to answer some of these kinds of questions. And it says, select board members may add warrant items by several means. One, on their own volition. We can just say we want to. At the request of another town board or committee, which is where I get to, obviously, people are making requests, that's how most of these got here, and in, as my comment before, we could say no to one of those requests, but I'm suggesting, at least with the CPA, for the reasons that I said, like, as a courtesy to them, let's put it on even whether or not we, as a board, support the item. That way we don't have to argue about that. Or in the case of annual town meeting, by written petition signed by at least 10 voters. And I think special town meeting, it's 50 voters, but we don't get into that. Only those articles of business that have been included in the warrant may be legally acted upon at the town meeting. I'm just saying, and I don't think this is controversial. We've agreed not to put general stabilization money in. The school says they want us to do Article 16 to establish a stabilization fund, and we'll talk about that and decide, but like, for now, at least we know they're asking us to put that on there and not fund it this year,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying, in that case, even if we're like, okay, let's do that, they're not asking to fund it, so that wouldn't mean 17 isn't justified for that. So I don't know that there's any stabilization fund that this board has been like, yes, we are going to want to fund. So if there's a member of the public that wants to make a stabilization fund, they can do a petition, but I'm like, why would we put an article on here that all of us are saying there is no need for?
I just feel like it's always there.
So take it out, and then we don't have to worry about it.
I agree with you.
Well, that article is to fund
Laura's
our
fond of it.
existing, our
I'm a
existing
creature of habit.
stabilization fund, that we're not funding with the 700 because we're using it towards
Right.
our avoiding our override. But I maybe could see a scenario, not to sort of play out what happened last year, but if there are capital improvement articles that do not pass, and there's an opportunity to put something into stabilization, is there value in having it there to be amended for articles, for amounts for articles not passed? And have that money go to stabilization?
That's
Okay, yeah.
That's a great question, but I think kind of the answer we've almost answered as a board, which is, remember when I asked Jason, would you rather, if 700 was a magic number we were looking at, would you rather take it out of our general stabilization or take it out of our free cash moving forward to next year? And he's like, between those two options, it's better to take it out of the free cash moving forward to next year, which is what we did.
Definitely.
So the next step to if there's money that's like for some reason saved, my gut reaction would be the first place to put back, so to speak, isn't general stabilization, which we didn't contribute, but yes, it would be, let's replenish the free cash going forward that we dumped down to zero.
Right, I'm just wondering, is there, maybe if there, I mean, we're talking hypothetically.
Yeah.
But if there's an amount available to put towards stabilization, even if it's a relatively small amount, would there be some recommendation to possibly leave that avenue open so that maybe, I know Jason's not here to talk to it, but it looks good that something went towards stabilization as opposed to nothing because we had to make a decision on that 700?
Yes, and also the flip side of it, I think it shows the constituents that we didn't fund this, stabilization this year to help save on costs, but, and it's,
I think that's I don't mean to interrupt you,
No, go ahead.
Steph.
Yeah.
I think that is a really good point, and so is the points you were making, Mike. I just think that the point of shortening town meeting trumps both of those 2 points. And therefore, like, if we have an article on here that we're purposely planning on passing over, all it can do, in my opinion, is cause confusion. What's it doing there? Why are we passing over it? Did they do something sneaky here? What else are they not telling us? Whereas if we just delete it, it's just like, there isn't even a question to ask.
well, you know what to do? Let's wait until.
We can wait. I'm just,
Next
yeah,
meeting.
that's fine.
Because then, we'll see if some capital's being taken off or whatnot, and we'll,
Okay.
then you
Yeah,
might decide
that's totally
to put
fine.
some.
And I didn't mean to make a big deal of this.
At the next meeting, will we see how the article is written?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that might help also.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
And then Steph, question, on the school stabilization fund. So that's to simply establish it, and then the school committee may fund that through, I believe it's said in their meeting, through operating expenses.
Right.
So is town meeting, they're approving the creation of the stabilization fund?
That's all they want to do this year. So for next year, they can plan in their budget, we're gonna put $200,000 towards our school stabilization fund, just like we typically do.
Right, okay. And then, so the school doing any type of deposit into an approved stabilization fund still has to go through town meeting?
Oh, of course.
Right.
Because it's our budget.
And it's,
Right,
it's
right.
K through 8.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was basically for the special education costs to try and.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
So question, I know it got a majority, but not the 2/3 majority that it needed to be established and funded. The stabilization fund for the grant-funded firefighters, the eight firefighters, obviously that's not on the warrant.
Right.
So obviously there's a decision to not include that.
Yeah. I mean,
We're not there yet.
It's been blank on every recommendation from Jason that I've read, every single memo that he's had, it's been hyphen.
well, I mean, it didn't even go before financial planning, so
Yeah.
it wasn't even a proposition.
Well, that might be appropriations, right?
Stabilization fund would be,
I think
Oh,
depending
'cause
on
the
how it's funded,
stabilization.
right?
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers is listening, he could probably tell us, but,
It's funded
not,
with
not,
free
not calling anyone out. I don't know, but that line item has been on every memo of Jason's that I can remember in this cycle, and it's just been as a hyphen.
Yeah.
And
I
I mean,
I know
know
they,
it's-
I know they want, the fire department, of course, wants that. I was with Jason that, of course, because you're trying to think fiscally responsible, you know you have this big apple and you need to take bites out of it because, you know, next year, it'll be fiscal year 28 is when we'll have to, the last 3 months would have to budget for it.
right, I mean, it's just, again, sort of the idea of even just establishing it and see if there's, you know, if capital becomes available or something becomes available, right? I guess they didn't go the tact last time of just simply establishing and maybe funding at a later date. I know that date's closing, there's not a lot of time to possibly fund it or go to another town meeting to fund it.
You know what we could do? We could, if there were extra savings, we could put it into our stabilization fund, and then next year, if we wanted to, transfer X amount into a safer grant savings account. Stabilization.
I mean, it just made a hard decision on page to throw trash and don't have an appetite for throwing that to a firefighter stabilization fund.
And I don't think we can't, I thought that the money that and I didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought the money that goes into free cash is like the remaining money. Like if town meeting doesn't approve a police car, we can't just say that money is gonna go into a stabilization fund, correct?
So if we had free cash? Yeah, so if there was a capital item, let's just say a fire truck,
Yep.
that, financial planning said, no, not
Yep.
this year. So you'd still have that amount that you were gonna take from free cash.
Yep.
And yes, of course, you could
Oh,
vote to
and then
put it
that
into
could
a
go back.
stabilization
Got it,
account.
okay.
And sort of my idea is if there was even just a vote to establish it, sort of like the schools,
Yep,
where the fund is established, and then, okay, here's a fund, if the fire department wants to try and do something within their operating budget, like the school is, they still have to get it approved, they'd still have to bring it to us.
Yep.
But it would give maybe some level of flexibility that, hey, there's at least a fund, there's an avenue, we may not be able to put free cash into it, we may not be able to put anything into it, but there's an avenue, like the school is taking, establish the fund 1 year, try and fund it the next. Unfortunately, I think that would be it. You'd only be able to do that 1 year of funding, possibly maybe from their operating budget or something like that.
right.
But it just gives the opportunity. And if you open it and then it doesn't get funded, you could say, okay, maybe that was just an exercise in futility, but it gives an option for something that I know the fire department was obviously supportive of, because eight of their colleagues, of their brother and sisters are, you know, their salaries
Yeah,
depend on.
so it would be a
funded.
little over $1 million that would be coming
Right,
that way.
so it's not gonna come near covering that, trying to save up at this point, but maybe there's an opportunity to save something and trying to, and dent it somehow.
It's not a very transparent way to run the town, because now you're confusing people, and like, we still have a very important decision to make if we're gonna increase our staffing by 8 or not, and I don't think we've made a decision on that. And I think that the stabilization fund is kind of like lulling you to sleep, and it gets you there, as opposed to like the tension of, it's $1 million of operating costs, and here's what it means. And having
It's a
that,
little over $1 million, isn't it?
yeah, and then we've got these benefits for, I mean, there's so much cost to this, and I haven't seen the data that has convinced me that we need to increase by 8. The stabilization fund, I think, is a step in the wrong direction. I'd rather see it go into reserves. I'd rather, where it gives the town more financial flexibility, not a fund that has defined stuff on it, or gets the town to step in a direction that we haven't really had the robust conversation on, or, and we're not in that environment, reduce taxes. Like, those are the two things I think that are better uses of it.
I would just say it's matching what we're possibly supporting what the school is gonna do, which is establishing a stabilization fund for a cost that they know they have, and giving them some flexibility to do it, right?
But it would come out of their operating budget.
It would at least give them the opportunity for it. I mean, that's what the schools are
Well,
doing.
let's see what they want, if they want to do it, but that means
Yeah, I
that
mean, I
they
don't
have
know
to
if
cut
it's-
costs somewhere else, right?
It could, I mean, I'm just saying that's what the schools are doing, right? K through 8, when I say schools, K through 8 is establishing the stabilization fund to fund it within their operating budget, right? They're not gonna come to the town to ask for free cash or borrowing or whatever to fund that. Just saying it's giving a level of flexibility to the fire department for a specific, you know, we can argue about the need and stuff like that, and I'm sure we will. I'm just saying it just gives a level of flexibility. I don't, you know, whether there's still time while we can possibly add something to the warrant, maybe that's worthy to put on there. If the account to be opened and for the department to have the flexibility, if they wanted it, like the school department, to possibly use some operating budget to put towards that, to try and reduce the hit of those salaries coming on.
Anybody else think that we should do this?
Sorry, was the school committee gonna come talk to us about that article, or were they just kind of
I was confused.
What
about that.
article?
Their
This-
stabilization fund.
the creation of the school stabilization fund?
They will. I mean, there's, and of course,
So
they
at
have
some
the
point
other
before we
capital.
vote, we'll hear from them?
If you'd like to, but I need to ask them to come.
Okay, that's why I was.
Okay.
Because I think Mike's raising good points, but they kind of are gonna get to a bigger picture question that I have, which I don't know that I have decided my mind on yet, which is that, like, I'm kind of against special stabilization funds in general. Like, and I know the school committee doesn't gonna wanna hear me say that, and maybe they can convince me why I shouldn't be. That's why I wanted to say, let's do that. Not because I'm against a school, not because I'm against a fire department, not because I'm against any department. I'm against purposely pre-taxing us, which is what a stabilization fund kind of is. And for only limited purposes. We have a general stabilization fund that could be used for any purpose. I'm like that. That could be used for school purposes, that could be used for fire purposes, that could be used for police purposes, that could be used for library purposes. But when we create special stabilization funds, again, I'm not trying to pick on any particular government function. I just think in general, special stabilization funds aren't my preferred way, I'll just say. And I could be convinced otherwise of why it's a good idea here. So that's why I want to hear from them. And I
Oh,
want
and-
to I'm not
Yeah.
pre-reaching my decision on that, but I would like to hear them. And like something that came up earlier, when we were talking about the 2013 fiscal year appropriations, that we still have like $1 million left, okay? And we're happy that we got 4% interest on that $1 million. I think Mike had a great question of what's happened to that money, and I think we got some answer that I don't think gotten any better than 4%. If the taxpayers had kept that $1 million since 2013 and put it in an index S&P 500 fund, you want to know what it'd be worth today? About $5.2 million.
Today?
Yeah, well, not today specifically.
Hey, Mark was up today.
Sorry, I'm not trying to get into the nuance, like, obviously, there's a lot baked into that analysis, and even adjusted for inflation, it would be worth three point something million dollars. Now, my whole concept is municipal bank accounts aren't a good repository for taxpayer money. That's all. Whether it's for one department, another department, my opinion is kind of the same.
And just to emphasize a point you made, that establishing special stabilization funds rather than a general stabilization fund hurts us. Like, let's go and let's keep as much flexibility to make the best decisions we can transparently and not get there over time. That's my biggest, and the town voted pretty clearly on the SAFER grant. So I don't want to start bringing these things, and Blake Street's going to have an element of bringing something back to town meeting that the town spoke on. I don't want to just keep bringing the same stuff back to town meeting.
But Blake Street lost by a majority. The SAFER grant did get a majority vote, just didn't get the 2/3 vote.
Still lost.
The stabilization. Right, didn't get a 2/3, but it still got a majority. I know the schools, for their stabilization fund, the idea is to be able to not have to come to the town for essentially a bailout if
Yeah.
they get hit with special education costs like they did this year.
Right.
That they would have the savings to blunt that and not have to come to us to use up our stabilization or reserves.
Yep.
That they would have some flexibility and control over that. So that's why they're coming with a stabilization, to try and blunt a possible hit, an additional hit down the road, to have some of those savings. Mr. Martineau will probably explain it better than I can, but that's what I've picked up from watching their meetings and kind of knowing what's going on. Which I don't want to spend too much more time on it, obviously.
Yeah, I'll have them come in and look at the list. If there's anyone else you want to hear from, I'll try to get them here the
Where
next
are we-
meeting.
This is really helpful. Who are we scheduled to hear from now? Financial Planning Committee?
No, I don't think,
well,
we just
no,
get the
we-
report.
Yeah, so the charter just says appropriation, but I'm sure John would be available to join the meeting on the 23rd.
So
So
that's
he-
okay. I remember that now was one of those ones where they could call in if they chose to. And what about appropriations? And we're gonna go through detailed budgets?
Yeah,
When is that? What date's that?
that's next meeting.
So we're gonna go through financial planning items for free cash, that the articles here
Yep.
under is it CIP? Yeah,
Yep.
CIP. And then we're gonna go through appropriations in the same setting with Scott Rogers and team?
Well, I mean, this whole report is from the financial planning deliberating from, over the last
Yeah,
3
yeah.
months. So I would just, if I were you, I would educate yourselves on this little booklet. So you, pretty much, it'll be you and appropriations making the decisions based on this report.
Okay. I feel super comfortable in the completeness, public access, into the detail, into financial planning committee. We'll have a robust conversation what those votes are, those articles. I feel really up to speed. I think what's not as clear to me going through this for the first time is when do we get into like the detailed budgets of all the different, because Jason's forwarded me some reports and I've been asking for them, so I'm not sure they've been forwarded I think they've put to the whole select board.
No, I think just you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so do we have a venue in place where we're kind of like going over and scrutinizing those and having those conversations about what's in those budgets? Or are we just saying, thank you for your budget, and we're gonna prepare it, we're gonna put it on a warrant for town meeting?
No, that's the job that you have on the 23rd, you and appropriations, on what is being
The
presented.
department heads coming out, like is Scott gonna go through DPW, or like,
So
what's the format?
it depends, because some budgets that you look at, you're gonna be like, it's not probably worth my time, because there's nothing to scrub out. There's like,
Yeah, I think
That's
that's right.
basic.
That's kind of initial, but I'm also I want to understand what costs I've heard that we've had, where have they gone through those budgets?
Yeah.
And understand if it's anything where something is like allocated out to different different budgets, it's not clear on like that one thing. So there's an education here for sure. Because I've already looked at every single line item of every budget. It's not that many pages, like 75 pages.
and what will be helpful, I don't know when Scott is going to be finished, because he's doing the same thing. So all of the departments went before him, because he's, of course, the operating budget, not the capital. So he is going to produce a report which will break everything down as well. I just hope, I think he said it would be available on the 23rd, but he's not going to make his recommendations until after he hears feedback from the community. So they might call in on the 23rd because they know it's the joint budget meeting. And the committee decided they'd wait until after that to actually make their votes and recommendations to support or not support an article.
When you just said Scott, you mean Chair Rogers, not Scott Charpentier.
Rogers,
Okay,
I'm
because for a
sorry,
second I was
know.
with Charpentier, I was like, what? Why would he be doing
So
that?
sorry, yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
appropriation.
Sorry.
One of the things that I mean, I think that I think the Financial Planning Committee did a great job this year.
They did.
I just thought I just loved the dialogue, I loved the debate, the conversations and the scrutiny in which they went to the budgets. My expectation, and I'll play that role if I have to, the same scrutiny on appropriations. And I want to understand where the split votes are on appropriations, because I got that undertone at last meeting, and I appreciate it when George was like, just to be clear, we were split here, and like, those 3 twos matter,
Yeah.
they really do, and like, that's where some of the richness is. And that's where I want to make sure we're having the appropriations. I mean, scrutiny is our friend, like, we need to go deep into all these things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna see if, he will at least have the report handy, even if they're not ready for their votes, but I believe he said he will. Because it's just, it makes your job easier. That's why we have a financial planning committee and an appropriations committee. They're doing the nitty-gritty work of like getting into the details, producing a report, so it makes your life a little bit easier. Of course, you're gonna have your own
My experience
questions.
was exact opposite on Financial Planning Committee. I found it to be completely dysfunctional, and I found it to be heavy-handed by the chair.
No longer.
While you were on.
No longer.
Right.
Now I find it way more functional now. I think the culture's
Oh,
changed.
okay. Yeah,
Now
wait,
it's,
okay.
but when I was on it, I found it to be not a productive committee, and I found the thumb on the scale. And now I think that committee is super productive. I think the culture's changed, and they've got a board composition, a committee composition that works, and so I don't want to just take what people say and shake my head, as I guess I want to really get into it and understand it and have a dialogue, and
Yeah,
I think most
absolutely.
of it's gonna be non-confrontational. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, but there's gonna be a certain part I think we're gonna want to have deeper conversations on.
So, but think of, I guess we could do it, well, wait, so the 23rd is the last meeting in March. The 6th is, I mean, my evaluation's not gonna take the whole night, but we could still have people in, I guess if you needed more time at that meeting.
What does
But-
a normal structure look like, and when, how I mean, you've got some seasoned folks here, like, what is the way we operate, when we look at the operating budgets, and we have appropriations, like, what is that budgetary review like, and what level of detail do we get into? Because we've got an $80 million revenue, that's a lot of responsibility that we have to make sure that we're kind of scrutinizing it and making sure that we're all understanding and asking the right questions.
The budgets that have been presented to us in the past don't go into a whole lot of detail.
No, because they already get flushed through appropriations, that's the role. But then, of course, you'll have your joint meeting.
Yeah.
So there has to be, of course, you don't have to dissect, because internally, trust me when I say this, we're dissecting, appropriations is dissecting. So if you have questions on, a certain, for you to dissect everything, you would have had to start, in August. There's a lot of information.
Oh, sure.
But if there's hopefully those reports Jason's given you are helping a little bit.
I think they're incredibly insightful. I
Okay.
think they give you ability to ask questions, understand historical trends, understand performance versus budget.
Yep.
He has responded. I have some more information I want to see to kind of put it all together, but give me historical trends, performance versus budget, and next year's budget, and we can ask a lot of good questions.
Yeah.
Should we all be getting that communication?
I think we should combine the information. I mean, he's a numbers guy.
It's not
You
hard.
wouldn't want to see all that.
To dissect.
So we can break it up. I mean, even if you have questions off of those numbers, but
I think we should all get comfortable with data. And I'm not asking everyone to go into every line item detail, but we should all be able to look at a report and understand the annual spend of the DPW, the police, the fire, and be able to look at the major line items. And then the next level questioning may be wanting to understand something that we spent money on in the past, or a budget that we have that we've never spent money on, and just have some of those better understanding. Not here to go, it's no one's used to time to go line by line and just exhaust everything up. But if we all have that information when we're going over a department, I think you'll get some insights based on the conversation that'll help you better understand what the budget is.
If I can just add tiny bit to this conversation, I can foresee if we're gonna be taking votes on everything or virtually everything, plus some level of shallow or deep dive on various, with respect to the joint meeting with the Appropriations Committee, I can see it's gonna be a long meeting. My ask, I know I'm, yes, on the
3rd.
I'm the liaison for appropriations. I was at a couple meetings and some of them I wasn't able to make, and so I watched them afterward. Chair Rogers runs a pretty efficient meeting. I think we will all learn a lot and catch up a lot of speed if I know it's a lot to ask for, but if you find any spare minutes between now and the next one, I would say those ones are good ones to catch up on, to avoid possibly some duplication of effort, just for the exact purposes that we're discussing. If they've already asked a question and gotten it answered there, maybe we can save some time on our meeting. If they've asked a question there that maybe spurs another question that didn't get answered, maybe then we jump to that question, you know what I mean? So I think it's just, I know it's a ton of time and everyone on this board spends tons of time already doing what we do, but if you have any time, I would just commend us all to.
No, I think that makes sense. I mean, we don't want to duplicate what appropriations is
Yeah,
already
and
done.
that's why I've been telling you guys from the get-go, watch the videos, because it's redundancy, it's inefficiency, it's, we have these committees for a reason, and I feel like they did do a really good job this year.
And you can watch it 2x or whatever speed you're comfortable with.
No, honestly, I do that all the time, I know,
You slow it down, it gets funny.
yeah.
Can I just throw something wild out there? Okay, I haven't run this by anybody, and this is maybe for a future, maybe to put on there, because one budget item that I think is just baked in there and everyone just doesn't touch, and this is, we don't have to have a discussion today, but it is kind of in the scope of what we're talking about. We all know that there's a 7,000 or whatever it is budget item for the select board for the like $90 a month that we get. I mean, I'm in favor of zeroing that budget item.
Me too.
I think it shows a good faith effort.
I have talked a lot about chewing at this elephant tiny bit by tiny bit, and 7,000, someone could say that's not a lot. Someone could say, well, it's more than zero. And I'm not trying to make it harder for any member of this board sitting or in the future, because I understand there's a reason for putting it there, which my understanding was in the past, we do have ability to get reimbursement for out-of-pocket costs for as elected officials. It's in our bylaws if there's an appropriation for it. My sense was there at one point in our past was reimbursements for necessary and proper out-of-pocket costs, and then but the administrative headache of doing that is just kind of ridiculous. And so possibly that's why at some point someone said, well, just give them some small amount that helps them cover all their out-of-pocket, extra trips they have to take and whatever we do. Look, and I'm not gonna live or die on this, mountain, but I'm just like, I don't think that the $90 a month is game-changing for anyone. And it's really a headache to not be able to say, I do this for free. Because it's like, I do this for mostly volunteer with a little asterisk, not quite free.
It's $90 after the Oprah contribution.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's a little over 100 a month minus whatever they take out of
They
it.
just take your
Anyway,
fee.
we don't have to get into that, but I did want to pitch that as us doing our part.
Yep.
That's all.
Agree. I'm
We can vote on it next time.
Well,
but
I think we
wanted to-
can vote on it now.
Well, I don't want to put the pressure on. Let's just
Okay,
put that as a thing to vote on.
as a suggestion, perfect.
And then just, Steph, a clarifying question.
Yep.
I think, and I'm just looking at these articles now, I think Article 47, I might be wrong, maybe it's an annual thing we need to vote on, but I think we passed the alcohol beverages trade-in on, that
No.
was for Apple Fest and the like, where you could have a one-day permit to sell alcohol at a,
No,
Is it different?
this is new. This is actually really cool because you know, let's just say for West Main, there's a couple of places in the building that need a liquor license. We
Oh.
only have 5 available, so
That aren't being used?
that aren't being used. But that's like forever, right? So if somebody has a, what is it, malt and, what are they, what do they call it? Malt license.
Wine and malt?
Wine and malt. If somebody has a wine and malt license, they could apply for a full liquor license, and it wouldn't detract from our 5 that we have. So this is new, and I think it's really smart.
Is it a new state law or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So if someone has wine and malt, it's malt beer.
Yes, I think so,
So if
yeah.
someone
I
has-
was like,
If
what?
someone has like a non-hard alcohol license,
Yep,
then you could go, that person could go, I want to expand and get a hard alcohol license.
yes.
But it doesn't, because we have a
Bless you.
certain number of licenses given to us by the state.
Yes, and you can't get any more.
And it won't be used against us if we do that because
Right.
it's on an existing license and we retain our 5.
So only that this conversion,
Yeah.
it's only for people that hold, you know, like a
Trying to think
Malt,
of establishments in town that don't
I'm
serve the
think,
hard alcohol.
I have one because
Yeah.
we're trying to go for it right now. Oh my God, what was it? Oh, it was, dagnabbit. I don't know.
Like Chet's Diner have a wine and malt only, or?
I don't know, but that wasn't it. It was like, oh, I can't think of it. At 3 a.m, I'm gonna be like, it was blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and then so if we get, this is helpful. So if we get new businesses in town that want to have, to serve alcohol, it's against our 5. We don't get that with economic expansion. We have 5 more in the town of Northborough to play with for the whole time.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why this is so cool, because we don't detract from the number that we have.
What are the number of licenses we have? Is it 5? That, we only have 5 left?
Yes.
Ooh.
A lot of towns face that. Actually, some towns like have 1 and they're freaking out because, you
And if a
know,
brewery opened, does that take 1?
of course, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't matter if that's their
Yep,
designated line of business, right?
yep. It's all, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
Can I, oh, where did the 47 come from? I don't remember planning board talking about that. The one we're talking about.
I think it came because my office does the ABC licensing, and so they were introducing it to municipalities, so that's where Angie knows a lot about
Yeah.
ABC.
So thank you for asking about it, because it kind of was slipping my attention, because I was looking at these like, oh, I've seen all these because planning board, and I pay attention to planning board, but I wasn't
Yeah.
reading them. I was like, that one wasn't at the planning board. The rest I think were. Now I'll have to look closer, but yeah, that one was.
and then where did the,
that one
I mean,
was.
this is just, I guess, talking about now, because I think we could, some of these will just show up. What's the collection bin one? Is that those?
That's on the planning board.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's why I thought the
Those
next
are all
one
the
was too.
donation sites, like at the schools where you put your.
Yeah, the shoes and the clothes and the.
Yeah, so
they're
they, so
growing by leaps and bounds, and for example, on Blake Street, we don't even know if the town approved those, right?
Do we know who the owner is?
well,
It's not on
No,
those
but I took pictures of the phone numbers, so I
You know,
can call.
do you know who's in that business pretty heavy?
Who?
No.
The acquirer of.
the one who
Lyman Street.
consolidated a bunch of.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I did some research. I'm waiting for the town planner to give some more background, but the individual that purchased that triangle from the state,
Yeah.
that's if on a simple Google search, that appears to be the line of business getting closest to third world countries from there as a business model.
The DCAM property?
The
Yes.
DCAM property.
The person
So
that
the person that
purchased it.
bought that triangle that we still don't know the use case for, that I get nervous about with the zoning laws to make sure we can protect that, that's the line of business the person's in, based on the Google research that I had done on my own, because it's not hard to find.
Can I
So I didn't know
just,
if it was because of that, or I don't know, yeah.
did you say that somebody's got those private bins on town property and we don't know who's getting the money for them?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Nobody knew
Been
who
there
owned
for
the movie theater in
years.
Westboro for 5 years.
But I knew about that.
But I mean,
But yeah.
can we just remove that?
Well,
I don't know.
What I had
I'll
suggested
call the phone
was
number.
call them and be like, hey,
Be like, hey,
whatever
who's
permission you
this?
may have had in the past, we're revoking it. Sorry.
And that's, there's the one that popped up on Blake Street. I'm familiar with the ones at the schools.
No, the schools, that's a different conversation. I mean, the schools ones are within the conversation that the planning board is having, but no one is, I don't believe, said that the schools have to get rid of these. There may be some adjustments like the one on Z School, that's not in a super awesome spot.
Okay.
But obviously you can't put them in an invisible spot because then that defeats the purpose of them. So,
And also, they have to be maintained. Some of them are looking a little,
Yep, sure.
but believe me, there's a robust conversation of this stuff happening in the planning board meetings
Okay.
that they've had already. But that's why I was like, oh, 47. But I hadn't heard about that in the planning board. That's why I was wondering. So before we do vote on 47 next time,
Yep.
I would like just to know a little bit
Oh, of course.
of
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it's
yeah.
about. Yeah.
Yep.
And then, will we, again, my education, sorry if I'm slowing us down. When it gets to like land use easements and zoning articles, do we ever get preview to that, or basically learn on our own, because we don't really vote on
Yeah,
planning
they
board
already held a public hearing
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
yeah, so.
That's fine.
We basically,
I'm not totally fine with that, just wanna make sure I'm preparing.
yeah.
All the information you want on those is available. You just need only search.
Yeah, and I, plug to Northborough Media, the app is awesome, 1.5 speed, you can listen to anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I don't report more in my planning board reports to y'all, but it's sort of like, that could go all day, so.
Cool, I'm pretty clear on this.
so what about adding the Bartlett Street fines to the warrant?
Okay, so you should call the police chief. So his thought was, first off, there was no signage. Everyone was parking there and they had no right to tell them to move or write a ticket or whatever. The signs, now that the snow's gone, the ground's thawing out, they're gonna put the signs in.
Yep.
He wants to give it this year, and then if it doesn't work, if they're still, lined up with the signs there, then put it into the charter to increase.
I don't see any reason we can't do both. Like, you go and protect your neighborhood, your streets, and you put you put the signs, and you have a fine, and you've got a clear deterrent when the signs go there versus thinking that you've been parking there a while and it just changes overnight. Like, I think we do it right. I don't see any reason not to do it the correct way.
Yeah,
I kind of am
he
agreeing
has
on that.
yeah,
I'm kind of in that camp, like,
yeah.
what would prevent someone from parking there if there's no?
I think we need to be clear.
He just doesn't feel comfortable about it.
Well, he doesn't love the enforcement of it. And that's a thing, right? So either we have the constructive tension to find out if this is a problem that we're gonna need to figure out how we can cohabitate with Amazon, who can be a good partner when prodded, then versus just kind of putting no parking and hope things go well. Because I think we know the end of the story. Like, so if we're clear, not confusing, doing the signs, doing what the fine is, there's no ambiguity, and it's really clear.
And the chief obviously does a great job running his department. He can still do what he normally does, which is like, hey, first occurrence is a warning, second occurrence will write you, I don't know exactly what his policy is, but I know he prefers giving warnings and education, which I appreciate that. But I don't think what Member Ray's suggested, precludes him from continuing to operate that way. But at the same time, I do kind of worry about, okay, we get the signs in, we wait another year. What if we're in the same position a year from now as we are today, after members here and others from the public have been like pretty affected by this for quite a while? It feels bad to say, let's just punt that one. So I'm kind of like, even though I don't live in that area, I'm like, I can see how, if I did live in that area, I would be a bit upset with what happens. So I'm kind of leaning toward being like, let's do it.
So you want me to add that?
I mean, given all that, if the recommendation of the chief of police is to wait, then I would be for waiting. But
I guess I'd like to understand why he wants to wait. Is it
Because he wants to give it a shot with the signs first, and the signs are already ordered, so it won't say $300 or whatever on the sign. So he wants to give it a year, and if, he had the same repetitive people or whatnot, and right now he can only charge $50 as a fine.
Until we have the warrant article. that
Correct.
Increases it.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is, can you find out if the order has been placed, but nothing has been done yet?
Oh, they have the signs already.
Amazon
Yeah,
does?
yes,
Yeah?
yep, they
They're
do.
big and they're in there really secure?
No, they're not in the ground. They have them in inventory. They were waiting till the ground thawed out.
Just don't let them
They
accidentally
will
sell
go,
them.
they will go on the ground. Don't want to sell Amazon.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They're sitting in an
Yeah, so
Amazon
they're gonna
warehouse.
put them in a durable way there.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's in our benefit to do the warrant, and then it's an enforcement conversation, rather than having to wait and determine, to put it in, have the enforcement conversation, run into it, and be clear on what the fine is.
So do you all agree, or what?
I agree.
What do you want me to do?
I agree, and I, like, Mike's got a super valid point of like, let's follow the recommendation of our department head. That's a great point. I just, maybe he doesn't understand that what we're saying isn't change what you're doing. He can still follow what he's doing in terms of his policy of how he operates, because he thinks that's the best way to operate. We're just saying, when you do write the ticket, it's a whatever ticket, not a whatever it was ticket.
What is the amount what's the fine gonna
I
be?
don't know. What do you guys think?
I like $350.
Where did that come from, though?
Is that kind of arbitrary, just to kind
I,
of decide one?
I Googled a bunch of different, I mean, just not scientific. I Googled a bunch of different, like, because this is not the only community that has this situation with, you know, tractor trailer trucks. And I saw 350 was a common number. So I thought it was material enough to like follow it and be like, I'm not gonna take the risk because it's a number that's big enough.
Yeah.
At least it's not a like $10,000 for littering fine. What state has that?
I
California?
see those
or is that
occasionally.
here?
I would like that.
I think it's here, isn't it?
I can't remember. It
But
probably is
what
here.
makes them have to, like, let's just say that it's like one and done. They were here dropping up. What? So they'd have to pay the ticket, or it would revoke their license,
They
or?
pay a ticket. So, I mean, they could ignore the ticket and there's a whole process for ignoring a ticket.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But they could choose not to pay it.
Yeah.
But at
You
some
gotta,
time,
you gotta pay the ticket or appear in court. Failure to appear results in a warrant. Like, I mean, they're used to
And-
And
this.
then doesn't that go to like re-upping their license?
It should.
Like you might not get your driver's license if you haven't paid.
and Amazon is hiring independent drivers with clean records. They're not hiring their own drivers, they're outsourcing the problem. So when Amazon hires a driver, they tend to be less skilled, they're independent, and that's removes them from a bunch of legal obligation. So this just puts the incentives in the right place. Because that's all it is about incentives. And that community is super efficient. And if people find that you're going to be fined for parking on that street, they're on the CB all the time. You will know quickly not to park on that street that Northborough is actually enforcing it. So I think it does all the things we want to do, and it gives us optionality to determine how hard we need to lean in on it, rather than just say, let's just wait all winter. Like this year, we just said, let's just wait all winter from Thanksgiving to New Year's and know it's bad and then hope it gets better after. So this gives us the ability to be able to get in front of it if Thanksgiving comes next year and you got trucks parking in both ways, you got trucks on both sides, dangerous turns like that. When that's overpopulated during the holiday season, I've counted up to 25 trucks. Like that's an untenable number.
I'm just afraid now that this, well, not now, but once the signage is installed, they're just gonna creep up closer to town because they're like, oh, can't park here.
Well,
And then we're-
they run out of real estate. So the thing
That's
is,
what I'm saying,
yeah, well, they
yeah.
run out of real estate to actually use anything.
Oh.
So they go to, right now, so Marlboro by the old Hannaford's where Shaw's is on Route
Yeah.
20, they carved out tractor trailer parking, if you see that. They carved out about 6 spots where you can park trucks. And it's right on that road behind McDonald's and Raising Cane's and in front of where Shaw's will be. It's on that road between, so they've done that. They can't start moving their trucks to places that can't park them. The other option is these things have natural, they just have natural places to park because the road's here, the trails start here, and there's enough to put a truck there for a decent amount of space. You can't do that once you get towards the high school.
Okay, can I ask a question? Honestly, I was there, I did the tour in Amazon, I drove down. I wouldn't care. I mean, I think it looks so industrial that if they were parked neatly down the edge of the street, I'd rather have them there than nowhere.
So this is a different
Near
conversation. Is the reason the
town.
warrant is because you don't care? like the warrant, like.
No, I just, it really
The residents are,
aesthetically.
been super clear.
No, but there's no residents there. That's my
But
point.
driving there is really hard when there's trucks parked.
There is.
So
It's
is
hard
that
to
the
see.
There's
problem?
school, yeah, there's schools,
Okay.
When
so
we're
all
hiking.
Southborough goes home that way.
Yeah.
And then you've got all of your access, people are using that road all the time to get to and from.
Yeah.
And by the way, once you go to Marlboro, it's a bunch of sidewalks. You can actually walk around all Marlboro. So once Northborough ends, that Marlboro Industrial, the way they organize that, is huge sidewalks you could actually walk around. So like there's a
Okay.
from living here, and this is part of probably the resident view versus someone that doesn't live in town. There is a social cost to it, and we've been pretty clear with Amazon the whole time.
So you're saying, because of course, I'm looking at it like this is an industrial area, 100%. I don't see any houses, but the houses that are around, you're saying use that.
Well, and everybody from Westboro that's
All the
coming,
time.
everybody
Yeah.
that's coming in Lyman, and there's so much trash over there. It's really gross.
Nips.
Like so much trash.
Okay.
But it's more like, it's kind of like when you've got trucks on both sides and you're trying to navigate that area, it's bad.
And trucks facing
But-
the wrong way. Like one truck on the same road, one truck facing this way and one that way. And like when these trucks turn and they gotta navigate, like they're just going, and it's like it creates this nuisance that, you know, was clear that wasn't allowed, and over time we've kind of accepted it.
Oh,
I do like, but between you and me, like I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. I would love it if you could relay how important this is to the board, to the chief, because he's always been he's been so great to work with, and I don't want him to think that we're, like, I couldn't, like, I don't want to vote for this right now because I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with the chief, and I want to make sure he understands how important it is.
Well, I can go get 10 signatures and just put it on, so like we can do this now, or we can just get it
Well,
on.
I think,
I mean,
I think what I'm saying is,
but I would,
I mean,
Close warrant.
yeah, exactly. We can open it again, just kidding.
oh,
oh,
there's
look
the
it.
chief. Holy, ask and you shall receive. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wait, here we
Yeah.
go.
No, but by the way, just what I was
I
gonna
love
say
Chief Grim. He's the
while
best.
he gets
Hey, Chief.
situated there, thanks, Chief, was, all I was trying to say was, let's put it there, we're not gonna have a vote on whether to do it or not today, we're gonna put it on when we're doing all the rest of them. That was my only thing, was I thought a case had been made to have that discussion, and I wasn't intending that whole
well, let's
discussion to
ask
take
him
place here.
since he's here.
Hi,
thank
Chief.
you. Hi.
Have you been listening to the conversation?
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Oh, somebody nudged me and said I should get on right now. So they said you were talking about me. No.
All good things.
Just my 2 cents. Clearly, I don't have a problem with, if we want to raise any fines, it's not a problem. Just my thought on that, a couple thoughts that I had with that. If we choose to raise the fine amount, that's going to be town-wide. So that'd be no parking town-wide for that amount. So if at Apple Fest, if somebody's parking in a no parking zone, it'll be a $350 fine. And so it's not specific to tractor trailer trucks. If a kid is parked along Bartlett Street and going fishing at the pond, it's a $350 fine. Again, like as I said before, it is a discretion thing. Obviously, our officers don't have to do it. I'm a believer in education for the first time, maybe even the second time. So there are some communities, I want to say Tewksbury or somewhere up that way that have an Amazon issue, and they have a no commercial parking violation, which I would like to explore a little bit. That's the only reason why I'd want to kind of punt it to next year. And again, I'm not trying to say we don't have a problem there, and I can appreciate everyone's how they're upset about it. That was my thinking. But if the board chooses to put on the warrant this year, I totally respect that, and we'll do our thing. That was my one concern, is how do we, if we implement a $350 fine, again, I believe that's going to be town-wide for all no parking areas in town, not just for tractor trailer trucks.
Chief, I'm tracking with you. When I envisioned this, that's why I was interested to see the language on the warrant, or how it's going to be pitched. I envisioned it based on the research I did, being it commercial or axles, like to give away, and not, and that's what I've seen successful based on, I mean,
Right.
internet research, so call it what, but then I was hoping to have this conversation where we can make sure we got it done in a way that we felt comfortable for all the reasons you just laid out.
Well, I think, you know, we still have, I mean, I know we don't have a lot of time, but, you know, possibly even this week, if I can do a little more research on that, John, as far as, you know, the commercial vehicle prohibited parking or help, you know, some sort of language where we don't have to necessarily raise it throughout the town. This is clearly, you know, we want the tractor trailer trucks off the street. We don't want to fine the kid going fishing. Yeah, I think, you know, again, I think we can probably still get that done for a town meeting. It's just, I can look into it this week a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
I feel better
I think
about
that's
this.
super, and so we probably won't have to reinvent the wheel or the axle.
Thanks, Chief.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the, you know, yeah, again, with the signage going up, hopefully, I would say probably this month, because it is thawing out. You know, that actually, it's been better because there's been a lot of snow packed in that area, so they haven't had a place to park, which has actually been kind of nice, although I like to see the snow go away. But, so, you know, we're gonna see the signs go up. The signs are probably gonna go down at some point. You know, that's, you know, we're just gonna have to continue dealing with that. But if we can come up with a fine amount, you know, and if, you know, we set up some sort of tracking database where the first time offense is a warning to the driver. If he comes back, it's the same driver, you know, the next time he gets a fine. I mean, that's generally kind of how I run things now with fines throughout town. Again, education first. Second time, you know, you get a money ticket.
Yeah,
But again, it does come back to the officer's discretion. I cannot order somebody to do that, although you would think I would be able to do that because I'm the police chief. But there's a lot of gray area with ordering an officer to write tickets. But they understand the problem. They're good about getting out there, doing the enforcement, and you know, if the money fine is the way to go, and if it's raising it a little bit, $50 does seem like pretty low. I do agree with that. But I do think we need something specific towards commercial vehicles.
I'm completely aligned, and I mean, hopefully there's no fines, no trucks. I mean, I don't think we're looking to generate revenue off of this, but we get to a point that we saw at the peak in the holiday season. It'd be nice to have some leverage to call Amazon and be like, hey, it's a fine, it's this amount, we're going to enforce it, let your drivers know. And that's to just prevent
exactly.
that's just to prevent like the at scale not following and understanding, maybe understanding because it's not signed, but like that's to prevent that type of thing in my mind. It's not necessarily to be like, okay, I'm gonna have, you know, Officer Jones go and do the beat on Bartlett. Like, that's not the intent.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. You know, so, and Amazon, they had a good suggestion too, where, you know, they said when you do have a tractor trailer truck that has violated the no parking, they want to know about it too. So they'll keep a track, you know, and relay the messages to their subcontractors, or, you know, who they sub out to. So, I do think a fine increase is worthy. I was just pretty much concerned about, you know, the kid going fishing.
Thank you. No, I am violently aligned and appreciate you looking at it from all angles because I completely agree.
Okay, so maybe I can follow back up at the next meeting?
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thanks, chief.
I'm okay with putting it on the
Okay.
warrant then.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
I'll support that.
Take care. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so any other,
Do we need to make a motion to add it to the warrant, or does it just?
No.
I'll just add it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I have my notes.
One other just quick thing before you move on. I brought it up when Chair Campbell was here, but if you wouldn't mind just looking at he said maybe there's a legal issue. 41, 42, and 43, at least like 41 and 42, that's CPC, the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, which is like, we can't not allocate 10% to one of the categories. So you don't have a project there, you have to allocate 10% to the category. CPA says you have to. So to me, there's no legal alternative to that. Same with, we pay our debt. So if there's any way to even put those two together, if maybe, I've said it, I'm in favor of
This is really just a bite
consolidating
out of
the
the elephant.
non-controversial stuff to save time for the controversial stuff.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem I ran into. I told zoning to do the same thing.
I know,
said-
and I watched their response to that.
Yeah, they were
so,
like, it just doesn't make sense, and I'm
I
like,
know,
well,
I-
no, I didn't tell you to do something that didn't make sense, but if you could condense.
Agree. No, I
Yeah.
get it. It's easier to say and harder to do. And I
Yeah.
was just looking at, like, for example, like, maybe we can't combine them, but like our Article 2 and Article 7, I know they come under different headings. But I'm like, Article 2 is the one that basically lets us have a bank account.
Yeah,
Article 7 is pay our prior year's bills.
I
Like,
mean-
no sensible person is saying no to any of those.
right, so there's, right, the first,
Same with appointing the deputy moderator, for crying out loud.
Right.
I mean, I could see why you'd separate that. It's really a different topic, but, sorry. I'll stop
no,
wasting
I
time
mean,
spend
that's.
talking about it, but
that's
those are
what
just
we
my
were thinking, the
ideas.
first, groups that we could probably consolidate.
Anyway, I understand it. Now I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, the town budget and the school budget, you really do have to do
Oh, of
separately, even
course,
though it's
yeah.
Superintendent Cardinal, like, presenting like half of those, but, I get why the town wants to look at them separately. So maybe there's only so much we can do, and
I think your comment is admirable, but I question how much time it would really save.
especially if someone tries to reverse it.
Yeah.
They're like,
then
hold.
it's
Yeah, I guess
adding
that's
time.
right.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
I mean, it could, but I would like to do the first, the administration articles.
Because there's nothing we're changing in the consolidated personnel bylaw, right? Other than updating it per the union contracts or whatever, right? I don't,
Sorry, which one?
number 3,
Number 3, consolidated personnel.
is there anything?
No, we have a few
Okay,
changes because
okay.
we're doing the whole codification
Right,
process,
okay, so,
yeah.
never mind. So we probably do need that one separate. Okay, sorry.
That's all right, well, trust me, yeah, you don't want another 4-night.
No.
Working
know.
towards 3.
I'd be disappointed if it's not done at 2 max.
Me too.
I mean,
And I know for a fact we can get this all done
I-
in 2
and-
nights. Because in Holden, we've had just as many, and it's 1 night.
and I, we can talk more about it as we get into the mock and do other stuff, but like, even White Cliffs, like, be pithy, boom, boom, like, if we don't need these long drawn out.
No.
Like, I think the town
Yep.
have a chance to get educated and like, we can be our own worst enemies on these
I
things
agree,
sometimes.
yeah.
Well, that's why the mock is a good forum for people to come and ask the questions
Right.
and make their points, and so we might save some time there, but, okay. Are we all set with the warrant?
No, thanks, this is helpful, just spend time and get familiar with it.
Yeah, definitely, and also go through the financial planning report. Like I said, it starts on page 10, and, and it's not heavy reading, it's just detailed points.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he did a great job, him and Jason worked on it.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to reports?
Yep.
Okay, Laura.
I'll be quick. Many, many thanks to the DPW team for awesome work during the snowstorms. I still can't believe the winter that we've had. I got to join the Boy Scouts. They were working on their civic, oh my God, I just forgot the name of the badge. Their citizenship in the community badge. And they are in the preteen to teenage age group, and they would like entertainment downtown for that age. They didn't have suggestions, but I will report back. They'd had some very strong feelings about the lack of entertainment for that age group. I don't know if you got the invitation. There's a CHAPA. They're the group that does affordable housing. They invited us to a forum on March 12th. Is anybody else going? Is there going to be a quorum? Like, I'm planning to go. Just wanted to.
Where is it going to be?
It's going to be at Trinity Church in the center of town, and it's from 7 to 9.
What date
And
is that?
Thursday. You would have gotten an
You
email?
don't want a lot of select board members there, do you?
Well, I don't know. It's an important topic, but it's, again, not posted, which was my concern the last time.
Yeah.
It's a similar, but it's an important topic. It's talking about housing, and I just want to make you aware of that. I was also invited to an iftar on March 13th by the Interborough Interfaith Committee. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact name. And I wanted to extend a huge appreciation to the community fairs. They hosted their kindness coffee hours. I hosted it on recruitment, so I was working with Angie, who helped pull the list of open seats, committee descriptions. Had some really great conversations, and thank you to C'est La Vie for hosting it. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, only report is regarding the Peasley Building Committee. So there'll be a community forum March 12th at 6:30 at the Peasley Building at 31 Maple.
That's the same night?
Same night.
Yeah. So just, it's a forum to learn about the project, hear about the work underway, share ideas, questions, feedback. So it's kind of the first public forum that we're having for the building and what's going on. So encourage anybody who's interested to attend. I'll be in attendance as being on the committee. So I know, right, we have quorum issues if people want to show up, but I'll come back with a report for the next meeting. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you. John?
I don't have any reports.
Jacob?
For appropriations, best update is just go watch their things.
Yes.
They're doing a ton of work, so it's really hard to summarize it in a pithy statement. Council on Aging, I haven't had one since the last one. They have a meeting tomorrow. Planning Board, same thing. They're doing a ton. A lot of their work is being reflected on here. It's impossible for me to summarize it in a very brief report, so it is going to be important. It's going to be a big part of our town meeting, but their proposals, at least the current version of them that are still in motion, are 46, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, yeah. ZBA, nothing to report for them. The Open Space Committee, same thing. Fire Station Building Committee, I did want to ask the chair, there's a chance I may not be able to make our next meeting. And the next meeting I think is going to be an important one. So I know this is Steph's committee and she's the one who appoints the person there. It could be an important meeting where if I'm going to be in a trial in a different state and I may just physically not be able to make it either remotely or in person. So I might recommend that the town administrator give a replacement for me on just next meeting. One main topic that they signaled that they'll be discussing is a possible change order for the drainage plan changes. And they didn't give us an exact number. I don't even know if they have a number yet, but it's in the close to $1 million range, upper six figures, let's just say. So it's significant. It's in their, anyway, it's not in the original budget. It would be coming out of contingency. It's not a surprise that the design change would have a change in cost, but they hadn't been able to finalize the exact amount of the change in cost. Point is it is substantial, and this board probably should have a representative at that meeting. The other item that is going to be coming up is a proposed change order for a $30,000 for, and I hope I say it right, design or architect, somewhere in that space, fees in connection with selecting and purchasing, acquiring, however you want to put it, the furnishings. So there's a budget that was approved for furnishings, but part of it that was not included in the budget was an amount for a designer or architect to do the work of selecting or acquiring those furnishings. And from the little, all I got was some information verbally, but 30,000 is the amount that's being asked for that. So
What date did you say?
it's the Wednesday, the 25th, I believe. So you may want to make an interim appointment for that.
Out of this board?
Out of this board, maybe the chair or whoever.
I can do it.
I'm not trying to, I don't know who's
unless someone
available
else
that
wants
night.
to.
They meet at
I mean,
6.
it's isn't it a public meeting? So, I mean, anyone could go. I wouldn't,
Sure, but they're voting to give you
Yeah,
recommendations.
so the question is, could a substitute vote? If you
no,
give
I don't
permission?
believe so.
If you appointed someone in my place, then they would have exactly the same authority I
Temporary.
had.
Want to think about that and let us know?
Anyway, I'm
Oh,
just raising it, like, we didn't vote on anything in the last meeting. It looks like we're gonna be voting on something in the next meeting, at the same time that I'm seeing that our contingency is getting pretty close to that level, that beyond which everything's gonna need to come to us. So I think it makes sense to have someone there, and I apologize that I can't make it, nothing I can do about that. So, that's all.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, let me look into it.
I didn't know if it was something that we had to talk about in an open meeting or not, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, I
It
don't
may
know
not be,
if
so-
you, I would have researched it if you,
Oh, sorry.
no, that's all right.
And you can, so let's just say if you feel comfortable doing it, ask me to do it. Anybody else
I would
want to do
be
it?
comfortable
Yeah, that would be
with
great.
Julianne.
You'd be good at it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I forgot one thing in my report.
yes, please.
So Damien, the town clerk, asked me to mention that we have a spot for a board of registrars. We need an applicant, so if anybody's interested, please check the town website for that application. Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Thanks. Oh, and for West Main, someone I was talking to was like, what if we had like I think I said airsoft. What if it just became an airsoft center? So you can tell your Boy Scout member to
Oh.
prepare a business plan for an airsoft business.
They had
Don't
great
ask me the details.
They're not going
but
on the
they
upper
can
floors.
they
That's-
can get entrepreneurship merit badge. They can get American business merit badge. Just come up with a good business plan. I'm just kidding to some extent, but
No, they had great ideas. They had really, I mean, it was pretty impressive, the level of questions they had. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them, serves on a committee in the future,
That's good.
at the strong urging of me.
Yeah, that's great.
They're working towards really great leadership skills.
That's super.
Anyway, thank you.
Stephanie, you must have a report.
Well, it'll be online. I don't do reports anymore.
Any highlights?
The budget.
Where is it online?
Huh?
Where is it online?
It's under town, I think it's a separate link now, town administrators report.
It's updated weekly or?
I don't know, Angie does it for me. I only know how to I know how to make blurbs on it, but I don't know how to link and download. Yeah, so. She does
Had a
it
lot
for
of
me.
Ask Angie tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you, Angie, if you
but
want.
I'll email you. I'll email it to you as well.
Okay, any other highlights besides,
I don't remember. There's probably a billion.
my
Life is very full here, so yeah, I'm sure there's a lot.
Is it, I'm seeing, well, the last one is January 12th. That can't be
And
right.
what does it say? Like, what
It
is
says,
the,
it's under Town Administrator Reports, under Home Boards of Committee Select Board, and it says Town Administrator Reports, and has a report from January 12th, 2026, is the only thing
oh, that's weird.
on there.
I think we've gotten more recent ones.
Yeah,
feel like-
definitely.
Yeah, I think,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
well, I know for a fact you've gotten recent ones.
yeah, so just to
Okay,
build the muscle memory of where the stuff is and.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna learn how to do it myself.
Well, no, it's just, we just,
I just want to say, Millie, we're going to get to you in about 60 seconds. She has her hand up for public comment, probably.
can I just, within the 60 seconds, just, you're taking notes. I mentioned it earlier, but it could easily get lost.
Yeah.
We got an update from the folks for the pay-as-you-throw discussion that we had, and I said, hey, it'd be great, since the public didn't get to see this, if we could either
Put it
put an
online.
amended, I know we gotta keep the packet as it was because it's got a date of when it was available, but if there's a way to do an amended packet, I don't know what the solution is, we don't have to solve it right now, but there ought to be, it seems
Yeah.
to me, a solution to letting the public see memos that we might have gotten in paper the day of, so that they're like, gee, I don't know what they're talking
Actually,
about.
You can add it to the packet. It's the agenda
Can you?
that can't be changed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can, but I mean, I think I should do something referring to what we discussed tonight and make it simple and easy to
Yeah.
understand.
Anyway, 'cause I know that in our minutes, it lists stuff that we considered, but like, it's not always, if you're a member of the public listening, following along, you're like, gee, I just saw them get a new memo that now they're all referring to, and
Yeah.
they can't see
I think
it.
that's smart.
Well, yeah, okay, I know what you mean.
That's
So
it. I don't know,
also-
if we can
Also add
work on a solution to that situation, which isn't just this meeting, it's kind of like a
packet, yeah,
Yeah.
ongoing.
Got it.
It's always happening, I'm not criticizing it, it's just that, just trying to let the public see what we see.
yeah.
Okay. And I have no reports, so we're comfortable moving on to public comment? And we have a public comment. Millie, thank you for waiting.
Can you hear me now?
Sure can. And just, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Millie Milton, 50 Fay Lane. First of all, I want to thank you all for this very long and extended meeting. I appreciate it. I won't make it any longer than I need to, but I did want to chime in on my perspective on the Economic Development Committee that you guys had chatted about earlier today. I appreciate all your comments. I think it's a great idea that you put forth to have direction and focus for the Economic Development Committee, the charter. I specifically appreciate comments by Mr. Tejan stressing the benefits of such a committee and how long we've been working towards this, which is over 2 years. I think that there are multiple departments and committees that have had a hand in the MPIC portion, but we've had no oversight. So everybody is acting very independently, and I think it would be beneficial to have an oversight element to that. I certainly appreciate the mention of several properties in place, but as we all know, we really can't rely on 1 or 2 property owners to be in alignment with the town goals. And I do think an economic development committee may help with that and help manage that. I think, to be brief, oversight, direction, incentive are all big, important pieces of what this committee might bring forth to the town. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time. Truly appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, anyone else with a hand up? No, I don't see. Okay, all right then. Any future agenda items? I have a question. Can we get follow-up on the MWRA? We talked about, so they're not getting back to us about that trail, about the walking trail on the bridge? And,
Oh, okay.
and it's been months, I think Lori mentioned, since anyone has corresponded. Can we kind of nudge them a little?
Is that the Aqueduct Bridge?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then related, I think it'd be interesting if we know this answer, but what became clear to me over the weekend driving around was there's substantial investment being done in Southborough on the aqueduct. And I haven't heard about it, but
Side.
yeah, so the Sudbury Trail System and the aqueduct. So I was driving by and I saw multiple sections of trails just having a lot of product being put down to build a walking path on the aqueduct.
Oh,
And I know that's something I asked the town planner, like what was the status of the aqueduct versus this new trail initiative off of Route 9? And just trying to get a sense of what our priorities were, just because I wasn't sure. And what I heard was something to the nature of aqueduct's been deprioritized because of material that they're gonna put on it and what we could use and things like that.
Well,
So-
we're waiting for an answer because they want it permeable, I think, versus asphalt.
I don't know what the big deal is. Just, it's not hard to find material these days that is environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
understand it.
I think, we've just not been
Pushy
Pushy,
enough?
right.
Southborough seems to be going like, they hit a milestone, I think, because I was just driving, and you can, if you go by like Chestnut Hill Farm and you start driving around that area and you go towards like, where Lyman is, and you go around that, or Cedar Hill, and you go through those areas, you'll see the sections on the Sudbury Trail System and Aqueduct that have just pallets of material that look like it's, the focus is the aqueduct, but I'd be interested in that same conversation to see if, what they're doing, because I know the connected trails has been something we've been talking about
So
for a
you
long time.
said Sudbury?
It's
That's,
the Sudbury
Sudbury
Trail
Valley
System.
Trust.
okay,
But it really is in Southborough.
Trying to think of where you're talking
Okay.
about.
What's that?
Where are you talking about?
So you know where Chestnut Hill Farm is?
Yep,
If you went past Amazon,
yep.
and you took a right on Cedar Hill, and you took
Yep.
Cedar Hill, and instead of taking a left to go towards like 495, go straight into Southborough, as if you're gonna go to Fay and St.
Yep.
Mark's. Stay on that road.
Okay.
And you'll see various parts of the trail that
Got it.
have a bunch of material laid down, ready to start some project.
Got it.
is that what you wanted to meet with Glenda on?
Who's-
The new conservation agent?
No, I wanted to talk about cleaning up our river, the Assabet River.
Assabet, okay, but we can meet on both. right?
Okay.
I'm looking forward to working with her.
Yeah, she's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, and the connected trail stuff's exciting, wherever we can do
know.
it.
Yeah.
I love those trails.
They're pretty awesome.
Okay. All right. Any other business to come before the board? Anybody want to, Mike, I think?
Come on, Mike, bring
You're-
us home.
Oh. Like, I need to read it, right?
Second.
So moved?
Did we say a time?
Oh, I gotta say a time.
11 on the dot, how weird is
Wow.
that?
Motion to
11
adjourn at 11.
PM.
Second.
That's crazy.
Okay. Jacob, how do you vote?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Mike? Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you all very much.
Good night.
Perfect.
Steph, I saw Hudson.